like to call this meeting to order. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance with an invocation from Alderman Lucas?
Let's pray. Lord God, as we come before your throne tonight, it's with great praise and thanksgiving to know that we can do it anytime, any place, for any reason. So tonight we just lift up our city to you. We lift up the board and all the staff and employees, each and every home that's represented here tonight. Lord, help us to all remember that we're here to do what's best for our community. Guide us and direct us. Guard our thoughts, actions, and words, Lord. Let us do all that we do to honor you, glorify your name, and build your kingdom. In Jesus' name, amen.
Madam Clerk, we had a roll call, please.
Harkness?
Here.
Lucas? Cooper?
Here.
Milton?
Here.
Denham?
Here.
Scholes?
Here.
Williams?
Here.
And let the record show Alderman Williams is attending virtually.
So, Director Amanda Ross will be presenting Caden Justice of the Planning and Development Department as Employee of the Month for June 2026.
Good evening. Due to a last-minute family emergency involving another staff member, Caden unexpectedly worked independently on one of the busiest slicing days of the year. Rather than becoming overwhelmed, he approached the situation with leadership and vision, implementing a sign-in sheet to stay organized and ensure each customer was assisted efficiently. Throughout the day, Caden served approximately 30 in-person customers, in addition to handling phone calls and emails, all while maintaining a calm, courteous, and professional demeanor. His commitment to service, courtesy, excellence, integrity, and accountability helped keep the department running smoothly and ensured the public continued to receive a level of customer service expected from the city of Branson. Caden's ability to remain composed under pressure, think critically, and create solutions in real time reflect the best of our department. His dedication to continuous improvement, cross-departmental collaboration, and exceptional customer service makes him deserving of this recognition. Please join me in congratulating Caden Justice as our June Employee of the Month.
Thank you, Maria, for squeezing me in there. So I proclaim that June 13th, 2026, as Shepherd of the Hills Garden Club Week in Branson, Missouri. Robin Jackson, would you come down? I'm going to ask Alex to present you with this proclamation. Oh. Why don't you bring up the whole club? Yeah. Bring up the whole club. Come on. Oh, boy. So, Clay, would you present this to them, please? Yes, please.
I'll be over here. All right, proclamation. Whereas gardening enriches our community by bringing beauty, color, fragrance, nutrition, and greater appreciation for the natural resources of the earth through the planting and care of flowers, trees, herbs, vegetables, and other plants. And whereas gardening promotes healthy lifestyles, reduces stress, encourages lifelong learning, and provides a meaningful and productive activity for residents of all ages and experience levels. And whereas gardens Gardeners help preserve and protect the environment by supporting conservation, pollinations, wildlife, and balanced ecosystems while demonstrating the value of hard work, creativity, and stewardship. And whereas the Shepherd of the Hills Garden Club has served the Branson area since 1954 through beautification, education, conservation, scholarships, community projects, support for Arbor Day, maintenance of local planters, the Bluebird Trail at Aldermen Park, and continued care, is that right, for the Veterans Memorial Garden. Now, therefore, Larry Milton, Mayor, City of Branson, Missouri, do hereby proclaim June 7th through 13th, 2026 as Shepherd of the Hills Garden Club Week.
Yay! Yay! You have enough room over there? You have enough room?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
For our alderwomen, we have bouquets, and for our city administrator as well. Please add some water to those ladies because they need it. For the gentlemen on the board, we have some seed packets. Because what your wives really want is a flower garden. And these are the same seeds we're giving away free at the library this week.
You would just,
And then we have a special gift for the mayor.
you said it there.
Mayor Milton, we know you have a gavel, but we thought you needed another tool in your arsenal. So we have one of our signature garden wands for you to use as well.
A garden wand. Is that to keep things alive? Is it to keep things alive?
Keep things alive and help our city grow.
Oh,
It's got magic. It does. Thank you guys for the proclamation.
thank you so much. Thank you. Your club has been in existence longer than I've been alive. That's a long time. So, this is the public comment section of the Board of Aldermen meeting. At this time, the board will hear the citizens who have signed up in the order they are listed. Please note the clerk will let the speakers know when they have 60 seconds left, and a notification will sound when their time is up. We ask that speakers wrap up their comments upon hearing the 30-second warning. If a speaker would like a board member to bring an item from the consent agenda down for additional discussion, please note this request during comments. Please come to the freestanding mic podium to address the board. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
We have 6 speakers this evening.
Okay.
Our first one is Judith Isaacson, speaking on property Sunshine Business on Lee.
Is Judith here? Hi. Hi. Would you pull that microphone? Yeah, there you go.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ju.
Okay, I'm here on behalf of part of my neighborhood, which we are the oldest neighborhood in the city of Branson.
I'm sorry, which neighborhood, Judith?
Huh?
Which neighborhood, I'm sorry? What neighborhood?
What neighborhood?
Hiawatha Estates.
Okay, great.
It's a shame that people don't really come to the meetings, but they have put their trust and their faith in the people that are above us. when we're doing the pledge, you need to think of the words that are in that. Do the Ten Commandments. God gave us the right to live by the commandments. The Constitution, you need to think over of our forefathers who fought for the country and give us our freedoms. You are to serve and protect our freedoms and our homelands just as well. Our neighborhood is in the oldest and well-established property, is on its last vote tonight. It is that we don't really need that area to be built. It's dangerous. We're overwhelmed with traffic already. There's going to be an accident to be an accident. There's no exit that is really good. There's no enter that's really good. The speed limit is over 70 miles an hour down that hill. So I don't think that you would want that in your neighborhood or at your front door or back door. It's really our water sewer lines we've waited for quite some time. We're only getting the water lines at the time because they say the sewer money wasn't there. So I'm not for sure where the sewer money went. I do feel that we need to take and have an audit done by the state to find out what is happening with the money and go forward there. They did it when Karen Best was the mayor, so I think we need to do it now. I understand that there is somebody over the zoning and planning committee that makes $350,000 a year and doesn't have credentials even to have that much money. The houses that they are supposed to be built are supposed to be affordable homes back in there. But the guy told the neighbor that they were being more costly than that. Why put that much money into a death trap? Because that's what you're going to have. You're going to have a death trap there. Not only that, there's a sinkhole in that area. It floods. Did you not know there was a sinkhole there? That is how come it goes down in the
Judith,
valley, like
you-
it goes down. The neighbor that lived behind me informed me the reason she bought the property on the other side of her home is because it is part of a sinkhole, which you can't do anything with.
Judith, you should be addressing your questions to me, if you would, please.
Well, there's something I'm going to say, and I don't think you're really going to like it, Mayor.
That's okay.
I think that you really need to take and resign.
Okay,
Not only did I feel that way, but there's others that felt that way.
okay.
So I'm sorry if I offended you.
You didn't. I respect your opinion.
So that is how I feel tonight. I hope that you guys had a second thought on this before you really do the finalization on it. But I feel like it's a done deal. You knew what you was going to do before you did it. I think pockets were padded before it ever happened. Because the whole neighborhood should have been notified about it instead of just maybe 8 houses. Because it's affecting the whole neighborhood, not just that area. So that's all I have to say to you.
Oh, thank you for sharing. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Gary Groman, speaking on you have no more honor than the vast majority of community members.
This suggestion relates to a topic that you may or may not take on later in the meeting, but it's not something that will be specifically addressed during the discussion of that topic, should it remain on the agenda. I would suggest that in every Board of Aldermen meeting, just prior to public comment, that every member of the board be required to raise their right hand, where able, and take the following oath. I solemnly affirm that the comments I make during this meeting are true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. That is consistent with the oath that you might later this evening consider requiring members of our community to make whenever they want to speak during a board meeting. My experience with this board over the last 3+ decades indicates that its members have no more honor than I or the vast majority of community members. Indeed, I have on occasion had to defend my honor in the face of deceitful comments from board members. It's ludicrous that I or any member of the public should have to take an oath to defend themselves against people who can say whatever they want to say without being required to take the same oath. I hope you will do to yourselves what you might do to the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Marshall Howden, speaking on a monument sign.
Well, hello, Marshall.
Hey, how's it going? Hillary, if you could hand those out, please. One from the top stack and the bottom stack to each alderman. And I apologize, Larry and Kathy, the print shop was supposed to print 8. I will email them to you guys. And also, there were more people here tonight than I expected. I printed off 30, but I'll leave some copies for the citizens so they can kind of see what I'm talking about too. So, but y'all do look familiar, and I appreciate seeing y'all. Marshall Howden, 164 Preserve Drive. So for those who predicted I would give a public comment speech every meeting, this is my first one, and I promise I'll save it for special occasions. In my second to last meeting as an alderman, I announced the founding of the Branson Civic Art Association, a citizen-led organization dedicated to enhancing community pride, preserving local heritage, and celebrating Branson's identity through public art, patriotic projects, historic interpretation, and placemaking initiatives. So here I am, making good on that announcement. And I want to set the scene for y'all. Take you back in time to road trips we would take when I was the 12-year-old version of myself. I think Artie still thinks I'm 12, by the way. Every year we'd go skiing in Colorado for family vacations. And you know you are close when you start seeing the peaks of the mountains. So that same thing occurs when you start seeing the rolling hills of the Ozarks on your way into Branson. But I'm here to tell you what many of you already know. The green state highway sign designated the city limits of our community doesn't cut it for a town as magnificent as ours, because every great destination has an arrival moment. In St. Louis, it's the Gateway Arch. In Las Vegas, it's the famous welcome sign. In Colorado, it's the mountains themselves. And in Branson, the truth is, our arrival experience should be every bit as memorable as the destination people traveled hundreds or even thousands of miles to see. Millions of visitors come here each year. They come for our music, our attractions, our lakes, our faith-based tourism, our patriotic spirit, our Ozark Mountain Christmas season, and the unique culture that makes Branson unlike any other city in America. Yet, when many visitors enter our city, there is no singular landmark that tells them you've arrived somewhere special. That is what inspired this concept. Tonight, I'm not asking for money. I'm not asking for approval. I'm not asking for a vote. I'm simply asking us to imagine, what if Branson had a front door? What if the first impression of our city reflected the things that make us who we are? Music, patriotism, Ozarks heritage, family values, community pride. The rendering I've provided tonight is not intended to be a final design. It's intended to start a conversation. A conversation about placemaking, a conversation about civic art, a conversation about creating something that residents can be proud of and visitors will remember. The concept incorporates elements that are uniquely Branson. The guitar symbolizes our identity as the live music show capital of the world. The patriotic stars and colors reflect our long tradition of honoring veterans and celebrating America in an homage to our new city flag. The stonework reflects the character of the Ozarks, and the phrase, "Where my heart sings," speaks to the emotional connection so many people feel when they visit this community and when they choose to call it home. What excites me most is that projects like this have the potential to bring an entire community together. A monument like this doesn't belong to one person, one organization, or even one level of government. The best community projects are the ones where everyone has a seat at the table. The City of Branson, Taney County, the Taney County Partnership, the CVB, the TCED, private property owners, local businesses, civic organizations, community donors, and residents who care about the future of our city. All of us have a shared interest in making sure Branson continues to present itself in a way that reflects the quality of the destination we have built together. Now, to be clear, I'm not here tonight asking for funding commitments, approvals, or formal action. Tonight, I'm simply sharing a vision for a landmark arrival experience worthy of one of America's most beloved tourism destinations, A vision that could one day become a collaborative effort between the many organizations and individuals who work every day to strengthen Branson's economy, improve our quality of life, and enhance our visitor experience. And whether this exact design is ever built or not, I hope it sparks a conversation about how we continue investing in the beauty, identity, and sense of place that makes Branson special. Because great communities are remembered not only for what they do, but for the symbols they create and the stories they choose to tell. Thank you for your time, and thank you for everything you do for our community.
Thank you, Marshall. Marshall, I have a question. Yes. It appears that you're looking to propose this on Alderman Alex Williams' property, getting floored.
Alex has been very generous in the conversations that we had, that he is very open to this concept. Now, there's a 60-foot buffer of land right in front of Alex's property that would probably be great for this. Now, from what I understand in some conversations that he's had with MoDOT and through Director Michael back there, is that MoDOT really likes, if there is a private option, to do it on private land. So that's what the two concepts show, essentially. It shows the first one right there off of Highway 65, and the second concept shows that if it were to be built on Alex Williams' land. Now, if it were to be built, again, that's about 75 feet back, so it'd have to be big. I mean, we're talking maybe a 30-foot size one. But I mean, that could create an entire corridor, Mr. Mayor. We have this big water tower that's going up that PWSD number 3 is building. I can't share what they're gonna paint on it, but it's gonna be really cool. Actually, if you look in the distance from Alderman Williams' property, you can see the Branson Pirates logo on the water tower. So I envision an entire corridor where you could fly a drone through and you see the awesome thing they're wanting to paint on that water tower. You see the new Welcome to Branson sign. I think Alex wants to do a patriotic mural on the side to kind of contribute to the 250. Simply one of the proposals, Alex has been really great and willing to do this. It doesn't have to be there. It could be closer into town. In fact, maybe there's a city property or something right there along 65 as you kind of circle into town that might be better. But that sort of was the initial proposal. But again, just an idea, just a concept. So
Thank you very much, Marshall. Appreciate you.
thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Julie Ann Metz, speaking on data centers.
Hi, I'm Julie Metz. I live in Lake Taining Como Acres in Branson here. Longtime resident.
Excuse me.
What?
I need to call the meeting to order here. Excuse me. Thank you. Go ahead, I'm sorry. There was somebody speaking that was just...
Oh, okay. Anyway, one of you mentioned a data center at the last meeting. I don't remember who, but someone brought it up. And I've been doing research on these. I just want to let you know what I found. I did do a report. I'm not proud of it. I gave a copy to Ashley. The reason I'm not proud of it is because I like to back things up with facts and figures. I'm a retired accountant. Numbers are my thing. Everybody from Board of Aldermen, city employees, people at the electric company, water companies, anybody involved in these things have to sign an NDA. And they are strictly enforced by corporations like Meta and Google and the rest of them. Okay, these things can bring in about $500 million revenue, tax revenue. That is temporary, though. That is mostly from the people that come here to build these data centers. There are people that actually go from one data center to another to build them because of the pay. One man makes $3,200 a week building these things. However, he pays $1,400 a week in rent, which he shares with another man. Okay, and while it might bring in 500 million tax revenue to start with, it ends up costing the state a lot more money than that. Iowa just reported that they lost $8 billion in tax revenue last year because of these things. Texas is offering over $1 billion in tax incentives to anybody that wants to build a data center in their state. So what you make temporarily is pretty much lost in the long run. Also, with these temporary employments, housing rates are going up 40% in these areas, the rents. Hotel revenue is up 91% in these areas, which their rates have gone up also, which the people that live there are finding their rents are going up to where they can't afford to live there. Okay? Then there is the noise. They're so loud, people have been saying that they're like living next to an airport. Their house literally vibrates because of all this noise. One man has been diagnosed with multiple blood clots because of the vibrations in his house. Okay, water. Wells are going dry in these areas. The water coming out of taps is not drinkable. And we're already in a drought, and this is not helping anything. Electricity, I've heard as much as 40,000 houses, one data center will use that much electricity as 40,000 houses, 40,000 houses. Also, water, I've heard over 1 billion gallons of water a day. It might be more, it might be less. Like I said, you cannot get accurate numbers for these things. These are rough estimates that the people that live there are finding out and putting out there. So I don't see how a data center would benefit Branson at all. Make the hotel rates go up, make hotel rooms hard to find for a while. Plus the noise, the lights, the ugliness of these poles. I mean, you guys have talked for years and years about putting the electric lines underneath the sidewalks, putting them underground. These things have great big metal
30
poles.
seconds.
And they're just ugly. I beg of you, please, if you decide to look at these, go to Google, or not Google, go to YouTube, and just search data centers or crypto mines, and look at all the many videos that are on there. Some of these stories are heartbreaking, because these people live in these houses, they can't sell them, nobody will buy them. So of course their property values go down, so anyway, thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, and I agree with you 100%. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Cherry Webster, speaking on puzzle pieces.
Let me first apologize for speaking during the other speaker. My name is Cherry Webster. Good evening. I live in the Branson city limits. Have you ever put together a jigsaw puzzle without the box, without the picture? That's where I find myself right now. I see about a dozen pieces, an emerging picture of Branson, but it's a very disturbing picture. What are the puzzle pieces? In March, Alderman Ashley stated to our neighborhood POA president that she, quote, needs to get elected so she can help Alex break the voter block, end quote. She was installed April 7th by the developer community, which contributed $15,000 of her $16,000 election campaign. Developers were 18 of her 24 donors, 10 of whom do not live in the Branson city limits, including the 3 Cushmans who don't even live in Taney County. At the April 14th Alderman meeting, the new developers voter block was thus established. Immediately following that meeting, there was a pre-scheduled executive session on litigation and personnel. Well, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that those two combined topics are the appeal of the $35 million Cushman Award and the firing of the city attorney as the easiest way to dismiss that case. Keep in mind that Attorney McGee has a fiduciary responsibility to protect the financial interests of the city as a corporate entity and the city's actions, and as the city's actions may affect the resident taxpayers. Fortunately, Attorney McGee survived that round, at least through tonight. This begs two questions. Why does the developers voter bloc, or should I say the Cushman bloc, want to give $35 million to the Cushmans? And if the appeal is withdrawn, how's the city going to pay that tab? The next several puzzle pieces start earlier in time. In July of 2025, the TIF Commission approved the Gretna Road TIF for an out-of-town Oklahoma developer who proposed an indoor sports facility. In September, the BOA gave final approval for that TIF. January of this year, the BOA approved a letter of support asking a state legislator for a bill allowing tourism taxes to, quote, include constructing facilities for promoting tourism, end quote, such as the out-of-town developer's sports facility. And that became Senate Bill 1646. This March, the BOA approved funding for a feasibility study of an indoor sports facility. In April or May, 4 aldermen individually asked our state Senator Brad Hudson to pull that SB 1646 legislation. Why did those 4 aldermen not want the city to have a vehicle in place allowing tourism taxes for that out-of-town developer's indoor sports facility? With the legislation now removed, why proceed with the feasibility study? So on the May 26 BOA agenda, item 19 addressed the repeal of the study's funding. But if the study were to recommend a sports facility, have you not shot yourself in the foot by having already pulled the legislation? Alderman Schultz pulled the agenda item. If there's no agenda item, then the public is denied their voice to discuss the issue. The developers bloc is a majority. Why not be transparent instead of opaque, going behind the scenes to the senator? Why not allow public discussion and then just vote it down? What are these 4 aldermen trying to hide? My earlier question, why does the developers bloc want to give the Cushmans $35 million? I put forth this theory. The Cushmans don't have the money to develop. Their previously submitted infrastructure TIFs were not approved by the TIF Commission nor the Board of Aldermen, but they will have $35 million if the appeal case is withdrawn. The city will own the 300 acres, and where might they find a local developer with funds who may even want to build their own sports facility? Since the Cushman bloc is now well established, it can approve a new TIF whether the commission approves it or not. Later tonight, there's another executive session, and what do you know? It's on litigation and personnel. I would bet money tonight's topics are the same as in April: the appeal of the $35 million Cushman Award and the firing of the city attorney who is standing in the way of the Cushman bloc. Most disturbing with these pieces assembled, I
30
ask
seconds.
myself, is this collusion unfolding before us? Or are the local developers just suffering from a bad case of sour grapes and want the sports facility for themselves? Will our sharp as a tack city attorney, who probably knows the appeal is highly likely to be won, still be here tomorrow? I pray he will be. As a resident taxpayer, I do not want to pick up the tab. Time will tell. Whatever is hidden will be revealed.
Thank you, Cherry. Madam Clerk?
Our final speaker is Sherry Grisham, speaking on group homes.
Hi, Sherry.
According to Sober Living app website, one of the advantages of opening a group home in Missouri is the state's relatively hands-off approach to regulation. Missouri does not require annual licensing fees, routine inspections, or a formal application process for many group homes. As a result, local governments are largely responsible for establishing and enforcing zoning and operations standards. Cities like Kansas City, St. Louis, Springfield, Columbia, and Jefferson City have already developed their own regulatory frameworks. As a homeowner, I have lived with 2 group homes in my neighborhood for years. I have been aware of their presence and generally accepted their role in helping individuals recover. However, my perspective changed in 2018 following the horrific actions of Robert Hyslop. At the time, Hyslop was a convicted felon who was residing in a peer-to-peer supervised group home, a setting where residents are expected to provide accountability and support to one another. Yet reports indicate that Hyslop disappeared for days while on a substance abuse binge without any report being made to authorities. It was ultimately the 2 students from College of the Ozarks that were kidnapped and sexually assaulted by Hyslop who alerted law enforcement of his actions, which resulted in his arrest. The organization associated with that residence has since attempted to distance itself from the incident, but the fact remains that the safeguards intended to protect both residents and the broader community failed. This case illustrates why local oversight matters. While many group homes operate responsibly and provide valuable services, the absence of consistent standards and accountability can create a risk for residents, neighbors, and the community as a whole. For that reason, it is imperative that the City of Branson enact reasonable regulations that promote transparency, accountability, and public safety while continuing to support the group housing for those who need it.
Thank you very much. Next is the consent agenda. Are there any items that any member of the boards or staff would like to have moved down from consent to ask additional questions or make comments? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, would you please read the items on the consent agenda?
Your Honor, the items on the consent agenda are as follows. Acknowledge receipt of monthly contract report from May 4th, 2026 to May 28th, 2026. Final reading of bill number 6679, an ordinance amending the adopted 2026 budget for the City of Branson to increase the city's annual budget for fiscal year 2026 in the Tourism Fund and Capital Project Fund due to capital expenditures. Whew. Your Honor, that concludes the reading of the consent agenda.
Do I have a motion approving all items on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you provide a roll call vote?
Harkness,
Yes.
Lucas, Cooper,
Yes.
Denham,
Yes.
Scholes,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries. Your Honor, this is the first reading of bill number 6673, an ordinance approving the second amended and restated cooperative agreement between the historic downtown Branson Community Improvement District and the City of Branson, Missouri, and authorizing the mayor to execute the agreement. This item was postponed during the May 12th and May 26th regular meetings. It has had a motion and second and is ready for additional discussion and a vote. Also, please note for the record, the proposed agreement was distributed to the board after the 5 business days due to being finalized with all parties.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there additional discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to amend Bill 6673, the third whereas, to read as follows. The Board of Aldermen voted to extend the term of the district for 3 years until April 19th, 2029, and to replace the current Exhibit 1 to the ordinance with Exhibit 1 proposed amended version dated June 4th, 2026.
So we have a motion and a second. Are there any members of the board wishing to speak regarding the amendment? Hearing none, anybody in the audience wishing to speak? Hearing none, please vote on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Aye.
same sign. Ayes have it. Any members of the board wishing to speak regarding the bill as amended? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the bill as amended? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of bill number 6677, an ordinance amending sections within Chapter 94 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to group homes. This item was postponed during the May 26, 2026 regular meeting. It has had a motion and second and is ready for additional discussion and a vote.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any additional discussion by the board?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, given the additional research that's been done on this and my comments from the last meeting, I'd like to suggest that this bill needs some additional work before it's ready to be considered by the aldermen. And rather than us face now a whole bunch of amendments to the bill on another meeting, I suggest we just postpone this bill indefinitely and let them bring forward a fresh copy
once those amendments are prepared. So I move to postpone this bill indefinitely.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the board?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Ruth?
I just want to say I'm very pleased with postponing this indefinitely. I voiced my concerns. At the last meeting, there are just many federal regulations that we need to abide by. So thank you for postponing this indefinitely.
Thank you, Ruth. Any other aldermen?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Alex?
I appreciate the opportunity to put this off as well, just because our residents deserve to know that we're going to look out for their interests as well. This goes both ways. We got to abide by protecting and respecting protected status, but we also have neighbors that deserve to know that they're, and homeowners that deserve to know that we're taking care of them as well.
Thank you, Alderman Williams. Any other aldermen? Any questions, comments from the audience? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed,
Aye.
same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6681, an ordinance amending Chapter 2 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to the criteria for addressing the mayor and board of aldermen. This item was postponed during the May 26, 2026 regular meeting. It is ready for a motion and second to be put on the floor, a discussion, and then a vote.
You've heard the first reading of Bill 6681. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from the one and only Alderman Clay Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. That was a great introduction. So I brought this up when I first came into office, April of 2021. It was the public comment was really tight. I mean, it was our former mayor was very strict. I mean, if you lived 100 foot past the city limits, no, sit down, you can't talk. So we as a board and the mayor as well opened it up to anyone because we wanted everybody we sat through a lot of meetings where it was not really fair.
That's right.
So since then, we've had several hot topic items on the agenda over the past 5 years where we've had a lot of people come in as groups with agendas, and it's kind of gotten, I think we might have opened it up too far, and I feel like reining this in back towards the middle, not necessarily making it only citizens of Branson, but my suggestion would be Stone or Taney County residents can speak at public comment, and if you own a business in Branson, because there's a lot of people that own businesses in Branson that don't necessarily live in Stone or Taney, and I feel like if they have a business in town, then they have a right to speak about what's going on in the city limits where their business is. So I know we've had discussions about the city clerk is like, well, do we check everybody's ID? How does this work? I don't have that answer. I've talked with Alderman Schultz in the background some, and maybe we just take their word for it that they are. I don't know. I mean, I'd love to hear from the board if they have suggestions on how, because it could, former Marshall, Alderman Marshall Howden said maybe you get an iPad and they scan their license or something, or bring their city business license showing that they do own a business in town. I don't have all those answers. I just feel like we need to rein it back in a little bit and not just limit it to city limits, but I think Stone or Taney County is a reasonable requirement, and business owners in the city limits of Branson. So with that, I don't know. Anybody have any input about the checking every ID, or do they need to bring a business license, or?
Yeah, that's great, Clay.
I mean, I don't know.
Any comments from the board?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Clay.
Yeah, first I want to thank Alderman Cooper for bringing this up. I think it's a great topic, and it's a touchy one to a degree. And just for the sake of those listening to this for the first time, I think it's worth mentioning that, strangely enough, under state statutes, as a board of aldermen, we're not required to have any public comments. The public comments we allow before the meeting and the public comments we allow on each agenda item are not the choosing of the state. We normally would be allowed to sit and conduct our meeting with zero public input during those phases. But as Branson is, we value our public input, and so we've always had these procedures. So, we're kind of carving our own way because it is our own ordinances. It's not a state-imposed thing. The only exception to that is when we have public hearings, then the state is a little bit more prescriptive about who we have to let talk and that we have to let the public talk. So from my perspective, I do still value both the general input that we allow, not topic-specific, and I do value the ability of people to speak to each individual item because I think it often gives us some good feedback. But I completely agree with what started this whole discussion is that we've also been delayed by serious amounts of time by people wanting to speak that have nothing to do with Branson at all and otherwise wouldn't be here. Last time it was even a clearly organized effort to do that. And from my perspective, I think the citizens of Branson deserve better, and I don't think the Board of Aldermen's time should be wasted by people that don't really have the interest of Branson in mind. They're just self-serving in their motives, to speak frankly about it. So I do support the general construct of the bill. I know there's been, as it's been talked around in the community a bit, I know there's some concern about the oath. It was mentioned by one of the speakers before, although ironically that same speaker was the one who said you shouldn't talk about bills until they came up, and yet he spoke in the beginning of the meeting about the bill, so I don't know where he stands on that thing. But so the only comment I had about the oath was I attended, as many of us did, the hearings for the Public Service Commission when Liberty Electric was floating a substantial rate increase. And during that process, anybody that wanted to speak to the PSC to speak for or against the rate increase basically had to swear a very similar oath to what's being proposed here. And at first, when they said that, I was like, whoa, this is kind of serious stuff. But I was surprised. What they did was everybody that was in the audience, they did it all as a group. And then the chairperson, when you came up to speak, would say, did you take the oath? And if you said yes, you could start speaking. If not, he'd make you repeat the oath. And I didn't see a lot of resistance then. I would say it brings more formality to it, and it might concern some people, but it does clear up the issue of they're saying that they're within the required districts or ownerships and things like that. So it's one approach to it. I do agree. I talked with a number of people, our city clerk, others, about procedures with IDs and licenses and permits and all those kind of things, and it was sort of a never-ending quagmire of trying to prove that somebody has the right to speak. So I don't think those approaches are realistic. So in general, I support the bill. I know there's at least one amendment that'll be proposed to it tonight, but I appreciate the thought that's gone into it, and hopefully we can find a way to make it work and continue the good public input to the aldermen.
Great input. Any other alderman? Ruth?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Alderman Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. So like Alderman Scholes had mentioned, I was one of the folks that was looking into just what the thought process is of making folks swear an oath and just being considerate towards not making it even harder for people to come and let their thoughts be known and talk to their elected officials. So at a first glance, I was not a big fan of it, but we can go with it and see kind of what the results are and see if it inhibits anybody from coming and speaking their mind and talking to their elected officials. Obviously, they can do that one-on-one, but I'm supportive of it at this point. But I do think that the speaker had a great point that we don't want to create a perception that, obviously we're held accountable as elected officials, but if we're going to place a standard out there, it might be something to consider just to make sure we're not even creating a perception of a separate set of rules for the public versus us as elected officials. Alderman Scholes did talk about the proposed amendments. I have two. They're related to each other, and it's surrounding the order in which we do public comment. And so with that, I'll just cut straight to it. I move to amend section 2-70, subsection A, to place public comment from prior to the consent agenda to prior to the mayor, alderman, city administrators reports, and renumber accordingly. which another one that goes with that would be when we move it, it would defeat the purpose of section 2-70 subsection C. So the second part of that motion is to strike, quote, public comment shall not be allowed on any topic related to an agenda item published under the regular agenda until such time as the item shall be called on the agenda. When the item is called on the agenda, an eligible commenter wishing to comment on such item may address the board. So that's my two-part motion.
I'll second that.
So we have a, excuse me, motion and a second. Are there any other, oh, I'm sorry, Ruth?
Well, I lived through our past mayor, and what we were put through as citizens of Branson, it was pretty socialistic, if I must say so myself. So I do not support putting this, I realize I work for you, you don't work for me, I serve you, and your voice is extremely important. So I in no way would want you to have to come and stay. What if we have a 4-hour meeting and you have to stay till the end when you just really wanted to talk about something that was maybe item 3? So I don't support putting it at the end, and I like what we're doing. I agree with Mr. Groman. If there's an oath, okay, I'm fine with that, but I believe that we should take it to, we need to be responsible and accountable to each other. I don't think we're any different as leadership, because you are the ones that elected us and put us here in these seats.
Okay, I want to couple that with what Ruth said. In the past, different boards, different electrics go through their own changes, their own desires. And prior to myself becoming mayor, Alderman Denham and Alderman Cooper, that previous administration was very controlling over who gets to speak and what they get to speak on and for how long. And on some occasions that I witnessed, if what they were saying wasn't in agreement with the chair, the mayor, they would be dismissed from being able to speak. So that pendulum was so far over. When these new board members came on and I became mayor, we were very sensitive to that because we've witnessed that. So we really opened it up because we felt it was so important to listen to the public, listen to our community. We represent you and your desires, and it was critical for us as leaders to hear what you had to say. So we did open it up. I appreciate where Clay Cooper's amendment is to limit it to Stone, Taney County residents, and Branson business owners. That makes a lot of sense to me because of some of the ordeals that Clay mentioned, saving us all a lot of time. And so if there wasn't a public outcry on that amendment and just limiting it to the Stone, Taney, Branson business owners, I'd be very supportive of that. But I'd want to hear from our community first. The second part that Alderman Williams is suggesting, to me, should be a different topic. Because that topic is, where on the agenda should we place public comment? We've had discussions after discussions after discussions on how we can control public comment. We've had many different suggestions and ideas. I, like Ruth, agree that putting it on the end solves some of our problems. Some of our problems are we have professionals in the audience that are representing development, attorneys, architects, engineers, and they're getting paid to sit here during the meeting for their portion to discuss an agenda item. And sometimes they have to sit through, hate to say it, but 2-3 hours, maybe 4 hours of public comment. So it's really not fair to that owner investor to have to pay those kind of fees for their professional to sit. On the other sense, it's what Ruth mentioned. To have somebody has a public comment and they want to talk about whatever, streetlights, potholes, whatever they want to talk about, for them to have to sit through a meeting, and it's not uncommon for our meetings to go till late at night. Through many discussions, I think the discussions that I've been involved with decided to just keep it where it is at the beginning of the meetings. We've been able to eliminate a lot of our public that wanted to engage in things that didn't have anything to do with our city. So I think we've contained that. I am surprised that this board is, I agree with the motion, but as far as Alderman Alex Williams' amendment of putting it on the end of the agenda, I would be extremely disappointed if this board approved that. Any other alderman?
Mayor, no, I agree. I feel like, and I'm not saying this is Alderman Williams' intent, but I feel like by putting this at the end of the night, it just discourages people from speaking, because a lot of people have jobs and early mornings and a late night, they may like, well, if I got to wait till 10 o'clock, I'm not even going to go up there and talk. I almost feel like it kind of stifles them from wanting to come and speak, because they may have to wait for 5, 6, 7 hours. So again, I'm not saying that's anyone's intent. I don't know the reason for moving it, but I would be against moving it to the end.
Thank you. Any other alderman?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Glenn.
Yeah, I too have been in these discussions on previous aldermanic sessions about this same topic. I do agree, though, with what you said, that, when I look out at the room and I look at our busy agendas, we've got, 11 items on the agenda tonight. There often are attorneys sitting out there, architects sitting out there, some fairly expensive people waiting for their time to come up on the agenda, and having to sit through public comments. Now, as it relates to public comments, again, I appreciate them, but if we kind of just take tonight as an example, and not singling out anybody, but just to use it as an example, 2 of the public comments were about agenda items. Things that were coming up later in the agenda, so everybody had to listen to their comments about that before the agenda item, right? So that's not really right either, and we've seen that meeting after meeting after meeting, where people get up and want to talk about an agenda item and then leave, without hearing the context of the agenda item. The other thing I'd say is many of the comments I hear really would be good conversations for residents to have with the alderman of their ward, right? If there's something specific, the classic pothole example or whatever, that's a much better discussion to have with their alderman in their ward that can focus on that issue for them, probably knows what the upcoming work schedules are for street work in the neighborhoods and so on, and can talk that through, rather than an entire audience of people, an entire board of aldermen listening to a pothole issue. And I'm not demeaning anybody that brings up pothole issues, but what I mean is an alderman can better handle those things. And the other thing for me is, we've talked about this enough, but we're more than capable of trying it, to amend the ordinance, to move it to the end. And then if we say, that didn't really work out for these reasons, we're always equally capable of bringing an ordinance to move it right back to the beginning of the meeting after we've learned some lessons from it. So personally, given all the discussion that's gone on around it over the years that I've been an alderman, I think I'm in favor of moving it to the end, trying it there, and see how it serves us and the city going forward.
Okay. Again, I would be very disappointed if this board chose to do that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry, still working out this mic, y'all. I'm open to trying things. I haven't sat through what y'all have sat through, whether it's at the beginning or the end. So I'm open to trying if it's for the greater good. My actual questions are more about the oath piece of it. As alderman, I will swear an oath any day, every day. I have nothing to hide, and I never lie. So I'm happy to do that if that makes everybody feel comfortable. However, we all swore an oath when we took this position. So I'm just curious what the difference is that we're looking at for swearing oaths. And then as it relates to swearing oaths for people that are doing public comment, are we talking about like when they're out there signing up? Are we talking about right before they speak? Is there something we can do generally where everybody swears an oath at the same time? Like, I'm just kind of curious more about the actual procedures of that piece of it.
I believe Alderman Schultz brought that up. You want to share?
Yeah, may I, and I think it's a good question, but may I just suggest we do have an amendment on the floor, and we should probably limit our comments to the amendment at this point.
Yeah, actually, we have an amendment to the motion, don't we?
Correct. And so I think we should limit our discussion to the topic of moving the public comments towards the end of the meeting and the additional strikeout as a result of that.
Okay, so any other alderman wishing to address that portion?
Mr. Mayor, yeah, so I appreciate Alderwoman Denham's comments about limiting people's ability to have a discussion. I think she referenced that if they wanted to speak on an agenda item, that item is still, or that they have that ability still because they'll, become an eligible commenter and speak during the meeting. And they do still have the ability to speak. And if we're being truthful and transparent and talking about stakeholders, residents, business owners, everybody gets involved with this topic. And I don't believe it's just the mayor that is going around having discussions with the community. In doing that and in preparing for this motion, because I want to do this job the best way I possibly can. I believe the mayor also mentioned this wasn't within the purview of the topic. That was vetted by the staff, just for full transparency. And obviously I'm in support of it. It's an amendment that I put forward.
I'm not sure what that meant. Any other alderman have any questions, comments?
Just one more comment, if I could,
Yeah.
briefly. I did also check with some of our neighboring constituents, other cities and things, as to how they do this. And for the ones I spoke with, if they have public comments, not all do, if they have public comments, they're at the end of the meeting.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from the audience?
Marshall Howden, Ward 1. I got to tell you guys, it's a lot easier to sit out here. And the reason is because I don't know how I'd vote on this one. I'm a little bit torn. There's a couple things I like about it. First thing I like about it, when I put forward effort for a city initiative, I put my heart and soul into it, And so if someone is willing to wait until the end of the meeting, it kind of shows their gumption and their willingness to kind of sit through the entire meeting and do that. But I want to put forward one caution that you guys may not have thought of, is that it almost eliminates the ability to sort of invite a friend or a community leader who's not maybe willing to sit to the end or who's not really familiar with this process to come and speak. For a long time, I had proposed like a music and theater commission downtown at City Hall. And one time I brought Doug Gabriel with me. Well, I can just tell you, if I'd have said, well, it's going to be any time between 6 p.m. and 11, he wouldn't have come. If I said it was going to be any time between 6 p.m. and 6:30, it was a possibility. So I just wanted to throw that out there as something you might not have considered. But again, you guys are in the tough seats tonight. So
Before you leave, you had an item on public comment.
yes.
Would you have stayed on this issue? Would you have stayed 5 hours to present this to the board?
Well, I would, Larry, but I'm different.
Okay, I just wanted to hear. Thank you, Marshall.
5 hours? Are you trying to tell us something, Mayor?
Let's have Gary Groman.
And Mr. Mayor, we're receiving comments just on this amendment, is that correct?
That's correct, just on this amendment.
That is correct. During the discussion of this amendment, Alderman Schultz did point out that two of the public speakers did speak in this amendment, and you just spoke about that, sir, while we're discussing this. I would point out I was very careful with my wording. The reason I discussed what I discussed when I discussed it because it was not part of this. That's why. And sir, I fully intended to stick around. I've got comments to make, and I applaud you taking your shot. But we've been here, I've been here about over 30 years, and the public comment period has always been at the first part of the meeting. And what that says is we value the comments of our citizens as much as we value any other business or any other comment. The one thing about businesses is at the end of the day, they're doing what they're doing because they hope to make a profit, and most of them are pretty happy sitting there, I would think. If you go ahead and move it to the end, that's fine. I'll just miss a couple more Hallmark movies, that's all. But I mean, I'll probably be here at the end if I got something to say. I presume that when the rest of the bill comes up, we can discuss the rest of it beside this amendment. We'll get a chance to speak again.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, I am State Representative Brian Seitz, and I reside here in Branson, right behind the skating rink. But I'm not going to give you my address tonight so people don't throw tomatoes at my house. All right, other than that, just to speak on the amendment itself, I think it would be a good thing that public speakers come up and speak on the agenda item when the agenda item is given, instead of opening up the topic, an hour prior to 3 hours prior. It kind of loses meaning for the public to come and speak on that. Now, if they have other things to speak about, that would be something for the board to decide. But if it's an agenda item, it should be during that agenda item. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience wishing to speak?
Beth Schultz. Something I just happened to think of now. I've been coming to these alderman meetings for 5.5 years. And Alderman Denham and Alderman Cooper and Mayor, you probably know that when you look out toward the end, you see myself, Ira and Marie, and all of the staff. And so for something to consider there, is if it was moved to the end, that would gain time for the staff to go home early. Just a thought.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience wishing to speak? So we're on the amendment. Hillary, would you go back to that? So the amendment is two parts. And the two parts are under the same amendment.
It's reflected on the screen right now, if that's helpful as a visual.
I don't see it.
Line 87 is the first one.
Okay. So it's to place the public comment section to the end of the meeting and to strike the public comment shall not be allowed on any topic related to an agenda item. So those are the two items combined on the amendment that we're voting on right now. Is there any other discussion from the board before we vote? Hearing none?
I'm sorry. So what we're voting on is these are together? This
Together
amendment,
as one?
both of them, okay.
Yeah.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, the reason for that is the first motion is, or the first part of the motion puts the public comment to the end of the meeting. The second is based on the first, because when you move it to the end, subsection C becomes irrelevant. If it stayed at the front of the meeting, then subsection C would apply to the representative's comments. So we're not taking away the ability to comment on the given agenda item at the appropriate time.
That's right.
This is just cleanup.
Thank you. Any other questions before we vote?
I just want to say, if it does pass, I mean, like I'm going to lose sleep over it, but I do feel like it will discourage people that would normally come talk to not talk if they know they've got to wait for 4, 5, 6, 7 hours.
Everybody but Marshall. Yeah,
I'd offer, though, would you consider making them take an oath? Would that run people off as well?
I'm not
would
opposed
you
to
go
that
back-
either.
Hill, go back to that motion, please. Okay. Are there any other questions, comments from the board before we vote? So let's take a roll call vote. Hill,
Harkness?
I'm open to trying it, yes.
Lucas? Cooper?
No.
Denham?
No.
Schultz?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
The result of the vote is 4-0, motion carries.
4-0.
4-2, I apologize.
Okay.
4 yes, 2 no's.
Okay, so that's been approved. Now we're going back to the motion at hand. Hill, would you put that back up, please? Here, yeah. So we are now amending to replace the public comment from the beginning of the meeting to the end of the meeting. Oh, I'm so sorry. We're voting on Alderman Schultz's original motion as amended. As amended. So, any members of the board wishing to speak regarding this bill as amended?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I just wonder if there's any other discussion from the aldermen on the rest of the bill. I know we talked a little bit about the swearing in thing, but I didn't hear much discussion on the general concept of the bill. Are we kind of there, or are there any other amendments to this bill?
Hillary, would you please read the motion, please?
So the motion is just to approve the bill as presented originally with the amendment now. So it's the full code amendment, which we can put up on the screen if that's
Yes.
helpful.
It wouldn't
it's-
hurt to look at it,
It's all of this language that you're amending the code with the motion that's on the floor.
which is basically Stone Taney and business owners.
Up to the top. So, yeah, it starts with the definition of what an eligible commenter would be. Scroll down.
Okay, so this is where we got sidetracked with, how do we verify this portion, right? So then the suggestion was maybe giving an oath to the room.
So, yeah,
I'm sorry?
That's the way the Public Service Commission did it. I just thought it was kind of interesting
Yeah.
because then you didn't have to, you probably didn't feel singled out, standing up
Yeah.
in front of people swearing an oath. And B, it was kind of just efficient because you got a whole bunch of people done at once. And then what would happen was when the people actually came up to speak, the chairperson, you would just say, "Did you swear the oath?" And if they did, then they can proceed. If not, you'd make them swear the oath in front of you.
So, but that's not a part of this.
it is. So, we have scrolled down here, so then that goes on to change the current public comment to talk about the eligible commenter as defined, and then scroll down a little bit more. That last sentence was.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
And there it just says prior to, so, you could do the group oath. There's nothing preventing it the way it's written. It's not real specific as to when that has to happen. It just says prior to.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor?
yes.
Are we going to ask the public what they feel about?
Yeah, so are there any, good, let's listen to the public. And we'll listen to the alderman.
Again, for the record, State Representative Brian Seitz, on the issue of oaths, absolutely not. Under normal circumstances, an American citizen, through ordinary speech, is not required to give an oath. If you do require them to give an oath, are you making them give an oath about where they live or what they're going to say? Does what they say have to be truthful? Because I hear things in public comment that people read something on the internet and then they present it to the board as fact. When it's, in some cases, obviously, it's not fact whatsoever. It's something that they saw on social media. So if you force someone to take an oath about a particular topic, you would be making them an oath breaker because what they're saying is not factual. I am in agreement that a citizen, if they're going to speak before the board, unless there is special circumstances that you would allow them to speak, they should be from Stone or Taney County and or have a business that's relevant to this area. So they're speaking on a topic that actually affects them. But to require an American citizen to take an oath, I understand I took an oath in the military and as a state representative. You have taken oaths as the mayor and as the board of aldermen. That's the side of the oath, not the American citizen presenting some form of oath or testimony based on what they're saying to you. I think it's a very dangerous, almost an anti-First Amendment issue if you require a citizen, whether or not to, as a group or as an individual, to swear an oath to who? To swear an oath to you? To swear an oath to God? What are they swearing this oath to? I think, again, biblically, let your yes be yes and your no be no. Anything else comes of evil. I'm not going to go down that line, but I am the caucus chaplain at the Capitol, and I could go that direction. I think you set a very dangerous precedent if you force your citizenry to take an oath. I hear public commentary almost probably more than you do when I'm in committees in the Capitol. I'm part of 4 different committees and chair one. We do not require citizens of the state of Missouri or wherever they're from to take an oath before they speak. They simply sign up, they note who they are, we know where they're from and what the topic is they're going to speak about, but they are not required to take an oath. So I think that would set a very dangerous precedent. I don't know that I would stand with a group of people here every week and take some form of an oath, nor would I come up here and put my hand on a Bible and take an oath before the Board of Aldermen. I just wouldn't do it. So it would limit me being here, which is, again, not something, I like being here. And I am one that stays all the way to the end. So be very, consider whether or not you would require an American citizen to take an oath. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that.
Mayor, may I ask Representative Stotts
Yes.
something to that? So I hear you. What if we didn't do the room and each person that signed up for public comment, you just said, hey, something's, do you swear that you live in the side of the city limits, blah, blah, blah? I mean, could it?
I wouldn't even do the swearing. Again, that is taking an oath. It would be presupposed that when they come up here, are you from Stone or Taney County? I already said I live in Branson, Missouri. We have to identify where we live prior to coming up here. And if a person gets up here and they blatantly lie, then there might be some accountability for that. But I would not make an American citizen take an oath before the Board of Aldermen.
And Alderman Schultz and I, we kind of discussed that a little bit about, take them for their word, and there's a way to look at it after the fact. And if somebody did get up and just bald-faced lie to you, then maybe they're
right. I would suggest
off
that.
the list.
I don't know that they take an oath before committees in the United States Capitol. I don't know why we would start that precedent here. Finding out, are you from Stone or Taney County when they get up and speak, that's appropriate. And maybe a business owner, that's appropriate, but not the oath taking. I think that's a step too far.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I agree totally, and I saw the same thing when I was in the legislature in Kansas. But what I was going to say, we ask everybody when they come to the podium to give their name and where they live. That should be enough.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And they should do that.
Trust they're telling
Well,
the truth.
except it would be very
Excuse me, Ashley,
humiliating.
did you want to speak?
Yes, sorry. It would be extremely humiliating if somebody said, I am in Springfield, and then we said, you need to sit down, you can't speak. So there's
Well, if the
there's
rule,
gotta
if the
be
rule is just
something-
Stone, Taney County, or Branson businesses, well,
That's what you would
that's the
say.
rule.
I gotcha. So we're clarifying that it is only Taney or Stoner or Branson
I think
business.
that's what your
Okay.
ordinance is going to do. I don't know that there's an oath segment in there. That's a decision that would have to be added.
Yeah.
I just want to get your thought on this, Representative. Look at line 122 there. It says solemnly affirm. It doesn't actually use the word swear. Does that change your position at all?
Again, I would suggest, even if you change that line, you have to be a resident of Stone and/or Taney County or a business owner within a certain mile radius. To make someone solemnly affirm, who is going to do that? Is everyone that comes before the board going to have to, again, who are they affirming that they are who they are where they're from and so forth?
Say as factual, I mean, then if they get up and talk later, then that would fall under that. I mean, right? Is that what you're?
Sure. You just let them know, these are our requirements, but I wouldn't make them swear an oath. You
Mr.
could make
Mayor.
them an oath breaker by doing that.
Yes, Ashley.
So I guess what I was trying to get at, and my biggest question is, what part of this procedure do they know what our code is that they cannot be from Springfield or somewhere else? Like, where are they told that? When they sign up, is it on the tablet? Like, what is the procedure so that they aren't coming up here and then being rejected?
Do ordinances have to be presented in the newspaper, or do they have to be presented on the internet?
I don't think it's in the newspaper, is it?
Okay.
Can
I don't know.
Yep, hold on, Kathy.
When you guys decide what it is you want for the practice to be, we're happy to put a notice out there by the sign-up kiosk outside the door here of the chambers to just let the general public know that eligible speakers consist of this criterion. We can do that. And if you don't, if you don't want the oath, take the oath out. It's not an oath, by the way. An affirmation is very different. So just, right, I think Alderman Schultz was specifying that. Well, it's, right, did somebody just make a sound?
Yeah, sorry.
Representative
I would,
Alderman Williams, go ahead.
yeah, Mr. Mayor, sorry. I was going to offer, it does say in the code amendment, the word oath. And with that, I've been pondering this. I said that at the beginning of my comments. Wasn't a huge fan of it, but I wanted to hear the rest of my colleagues in the community. And so I'm prepared to continue on the motions that I had scripted on this topic, and I'm leaning that way because I would offer that if we put the oath in, what is the method of enforcement, and what are we going to do whenever we have a reasonable belief that someone's violated the oath? So I'd like to make it's a series of 4 different areas that the oath is referenced in, and if the board's agreeable to it, it's
Excuse me,
I'll just
Alderman
read through
Williams.
it.
Excuse me.
Yes, Mayor.
We're in the process of listening to the members in the audience. Can we finish
Yeah, I'll
listening?
stand by then. Yep, yes, sir.
Yep, thank
Okay,
you.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, prior to the amendment, moving it to the end, I was in full, well, and I still am in full support of most of this bill. We have to limit the number of people, and I think by limiting the people that can speak, you're going to kind of, with the requirement you have, is going to limit the number of people that'll be speaking. The oath itself, or the affirmation, whatever you want to call it, it's not the same affirmation or oath that you all took, because you didn't have to affirm anything as to the truthfulness of what you were saying, as some of you know well. And that's what concerns me. I think that could be taken care of. When we sign in, I'm a citizen of Stone and Taney County. I'm an employee of a Branson business, or I'm a Branson businessman, and when they sign it, they're certifying that, and that ought to be good enough unless we have a reason to disagree with that. And I think most people, when they're signing in, they'll see that. Now, that would take care of the public comment portion. We don't have any sign-in when we have the agenda items and that type of thing, but, that's a different situation. I was concerned about Section 22, line 35, resident of Tannier, Stone County, no problem there. Line 37, a representative of a business or real property located within the city limits of Branson. Now, when you drop down to an employee of a business, it goes on for like 20 lines about requirements of what an employee has to be. Yet, when we talk about a representative of a business or real property owner located within the city of Branson, there's nothing there. I could turn around and look to somebody in the audience, or somebody could be out there and say, hey, can I be your representative? Sure. Or I could be at a bar and talk to somebody. I think if we're gonna have a whole list of qualifications, we ought to be consistent. I'd be more concerned about being a representative of somebody than being an employee. Then on line 99 through 104, I would recommend delete the words prior to consideration of an item of public comment. Eligible commenters shall raise their right hand when able and make the following oath. Do you solemnly affirm that you are an eligible commenter under the code, and that the comments you're about to make are true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief? Now, that is unless you're willing to take a similar oath, and I then drop down to lines 126 and 131. Change the word comment to testimony to make it clear that different rules apply here as opposed to the public comment section of the meeting. Then also within those same lines, delete the words prior to consideration of an item or public comment. Eligible commentators shall raise their right hand where able and take the following oath. Do you solemnly affirm? Now, this one we're affirming that you are an eligible commenter under the code, and that the comments you're about to make are true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief. Again, unless you're willing to take a similar oath. And Alderman Schultz, I did intend to stick around to the end of the meeting. I was trying to figure out a way to make that earlier point about if I take an oath, you ought to take an oath.
Any other public comment?
If you're concerned about the number of public speakers, what about limiting it to 5, and whoever gets the
I'm
first
sorry,
5 slots, that's it?
Excuse me. For those listening online, would you just give your name?
Cherry Webster.
You live in the city limits of
City
Branson.
limits of Branson. Yep.
Thanks, Jerry.
Doug Smith, I live here in Branson. I think what you just did with the first part of that is you're inconveniencing the people that you're here to serve. And if you do the oath, now you're not just inconveniencing us, but you're also, according to Representative Seitz, you're putting us in jeopardy. So I disagree with both of those decisions. I don't think you're serving your public well that voted for you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Comments, questions from the board? Clay?
I think we've just really overthought this. Why don't we just strike the oath thing and take people for their word? And if something gets out of hand, we'll address it later.
Yeah.
I make a motion.
Wait a minute, what's that voice in the background?
Oh, sorry.
I was going to suggest, I think Alderman Williams has it kind of scripted out if you want to listen to it.
Go ahead, Alex.
What was that voice in the background that we heard? Was that coming from you, Alderman Williams?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may, in preparing for the meeting, I had been thinking about this and talking with colleagues and residents, business owners, stakeholders, and after hearing what we heard tonight from all of you and everyone in the audience, I'm going to make another multi-part motion from the areas that I could see, and I'll ask for support from the staff if it's buried anywhere else in there. But the motion is as follows: to strike prior prior to consideration of any item or public comment, eligible
Oh,
commenters shall
excuse me,
raise their right.
Alderman Williams, can we put that up,
Yep.
what he's referring to, please?
Here, I'll send it over to the clerk.
What line are you on?
It's section, sorry, I'm working for two phones. I'm in Gatlinburg on the leadership trip.
I believe
2-70 subsection C. Send this to the clerk.
So then he's quoting from line 97 in that section,
That's all we needed, Alex, know what line you were on.
sorry, line 98.
Okay, so go ahead, Alex.
Okay, so it's to strike prior to consideration of an item or public comment, eligible commenters shall raise their right hand where able and take the following oath, end quote, from the proposed amendment to section 2-70 subsection C. That's part one. The second part is to strike,
Is this
move
a
to strike.
motion?
Yep, it's multi-part motion. Strike subsection 1 of the proposed amendment to section 2-70 subsection C. And I've sent a copy of this to the clerk.
So that's
so she can
line
see it as well.
102 on the screen.
The third part is to strike all proposed amendments to section 2-71 subsection 4, except for, quote, eligible commenters at the beginning of section 2-71 subsection 4 and the word, quote, item instead of, quote, issue on line 121.
Hold on, Alderman Williams. Hillary, are you getting all this?
I did not. That was way too fast if he's going to email it.
Yeah, if
I
this,
could-
did you email
It's there,
this?
Hillary. Yep.
I've not received it yet.
Okay, let's wait till she receives it, so she can track along. So when we ask her to repeat the motion, she knows what we're asking.
Thank you. It's not there yet. Alderman Williams.
I've sent it to your city phone via text.
I was looking at my email. I apologize.
Where he's at?
Okay, I have it. Thank you.
Okay, she has it. So are you clear with, he went through, I think, 3 items?
Yeah, I do not believe he's done yet, but I do have it in front of me now, so I could reiterate it
Follow
if I
along?
need to. Yes.
Okay, so what line are we on?
So the last one was referencing, I'm going section numbers because I don't have the full bill in front of me. I'm working off my city cell phone. 2-71 subsection 4 is where the last one was based out of, and it's item number 5 on the list that I sent to the clerk.
Hold on a sec, Kathy.
Mayor and board, if you guys would rather, we could postpone this tonight and just go with the changes that were emailed, and then we've got time to run it through legal, and then we can move along if you like, and we can just bring it back next meeting.
I moved.
Somebody to make a motion for that?
I moved to what Administrator Kathy just said.
Second.
But
Okay.
I didn't understand the motion. I didn't hear it. Postpone till next meeting. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the board?
I do have a clarifying question.
Okay.
So on the agenda items, I would like clarification on if we are requiring those to be eligible commenters, meaning Taney County or Stone County, because if that's the case, I don't know how that relates to like when Baker Tilly is here speaking on an agenda item or somebody is here in the audience to speak on an agenda item that maybe doesn't live here, but that is directly related to that
Steve.
agenda item.
Alderman Harkness, right now, what we're discussing and voting on is to postpone this to the next meeting so we can discuss it.
Yes, I'm aware of that. I just wanted to get that out because I don't know when I get to talk about this with you guys later.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you, Alderwoman Harkness. The difference there would be Baker Tilly, when they come, we've got people from around the state sometimes that are consultants for us. under contract.
Excuse me.
Oh.
We're still on the motion.
Oh, I'm
to
sorry, I was
ex-
just I thought you
I know,
wanted me
but
to
we
answer
just
her
want
question.
to, the motion is to extend this to the next meeting. Any other discussion on that? Any discussion from the audience? Hearing none, let's vote. We're voting to postpone this to the next Alderman meeting. So if there's no discussion, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
There you
No.
go. Okay, Your Honor, the next item is a presentation on Taney County Health Department 2025 Annual Report.
So we'll get a staff report from somebody we haven't seen in a while, Lisa Marshall.
Good evening, Lisa Marshall, Director of the Taney County Health Department. I'm very pleased to be here tonight and share some highlights from our 2025 annual report. Okay, so as I always say, I start out with this slide just to kind of let everybody know we do have, we basically serve all of Taney County. So if you're a visitor, if you're a resident, if you step foot in Taney County, you're one of our clients. We are governed by five board of trustees. And then, of course, our big focus is prevention and safety. So that is our primary role here in the county. We do have a number of teams that serve the community in a variety of ways. This is just kind of a quick list of those 5 teams. I'll go into a bit more detail about a little bit of those highlights from each of those teams here in the next few slides. I'll start with our clinical team, so that's largely our nursing team. As you can see here, we've got quite a bit going on with our maternal, child, and family planning health programs. We are one of the larger women's clinics across the state in a health department. So through this program, we are able to provide low-cost and free screenings for women who need heart health screenings and cancer screenings. And so we do have quite a large clientele here, and you can see just the population that we're serving. Also with clinical, this is just a numerical snapshot of what we have provided throughout the year. So you can see, I'm not going to read all of these, but just kind of some basic items that we provide throughout the community and the numbers of individuals we see. So you can see there are
Excuse me, Lisa.
Sure.
I'd like to ask the board, if we could. I was contacted by a member of our community and said that she felt it was disrespectful when members of the board are either conversing with each other or spending time on their iPhones, answering or receiving questions, and not paying attention to the speaker, whether it's public comment or speakers. So what I'm going to ask respectfully is if we would give the respect for those that are addressing our board. Thank you.
Thank you. So just kind of looking at our clinical services, we do offer these at both of our locations, both in Branson and Forsyth. We also offer these through our mobile unit and, of course, through our satellite clinics throughout the county. Also, one of our clinical programs that we're wrapping up right now is a grant received through the Next 50 Foundation, and we're basically providing heart health and diabetes screening education to adults over 50. So we were able to serve 142 participants through that program. We are wrapping that program up, but it was very popular, and it's something we're looking to continue in the absence of that grant funding. Our WIC program is our supplemental nutrition program, and it's largely nutrition education, and then, of course, the nutrition vouchers for families to purchase healthy foods in our local grocery stores. So you can see 17,000 plus is the number of appointments that we had throughout 2025. So we do serve a large number of families. It's women, infants, and children, and anybody with a child under the age of 5 is eligible for that program. In terms of what that program does is we brought over 1.3 million food dollars into Taney County, so that's part of that nutrition voucher program. So they receive those vouchers to purchase nutritious foods that can be spent at local grocery stores, and so those are dollars that we do bring into the county through this program specifically. And then also something that's very popular, we're in our 3rd year of the Farmers Market Nutrition Program, and so we were able to provide some additional benefits to families. 272 participated last year where they can use some additional funding actually in local farmers markets. So jumping to our community outreach team, this is largely our team that does health education and community engagement. So you can see we have done quite a bit of work with this team throughout the last year. They've completed several of our larger plans and assessments. So our regional community health needs assessment, we partner on that. Multiple health departments are involved, multiple health systems are involved, and it's a pretty large collaboration across our region. We continue to offer Narcan at our office, so we've distributed that since 2022.
Wow.
We've had over 1,000 individuals that we've distributed that to. We now have shifted that focus just a little bit, that there's a program through the state where organizations that want to receive that directly, we can help them get signed up with that. And so many of our partner agencies also subscribe to that and are able to have that on hand at their offices. Also, we are seeing a 64% increase in our families that receive car seat education. So car seats are complicated. I say that every year, but we do have staff on hand that can show families how to use those and install those properly so that our youngest residents are traveling in a safe way. Also, in terms of our community outreach team, one of our most popular offerings for health education is our QPR. It's Question, Persuade, Refer. It's a suicide prevention mental health crisis training. It's 1 hour. We take this all across the county. We've offered it in the schools. We've offered it to multiple organizations. And since 2022, we've trained over 1,500 individuals in this. And this is one of those programs I say every year. We have offered it on a Tuesday, and by Thursday, people have called us and said that they've actually used this to save a life. So it's a very effective training. We basically, anybody that would like that training, we'll take it to them. And I will also further add that mental health and behavioral health is one of our community health needs as addressed or assessed by our community members. So jumping to environmental health, this is our inspectors. As you can see, we inspect a variety of programs throughout Taney County and Branson. So this is a quick rundown of everything that we're inspecting here, specifically in Branson. This is what our inventory looks like. So in 2025, we had an inventory of 877 facilities in Branson alone. We do have the largest lodging program across the state of Missouri. We've got more lodging facilities in Branson than any other county has total. So you can see we do have a pretty large inventory there, and because we do have large numbers of these facilities, we're kind of seen as a leader across the state in terms of the ordinance that we have with you all and just our program, basically the policies and procedures. We've got a really robust training program, so oftentimes we have other health departments that call us and ask us how we're doing this and just for best practices.
So Lisa, those numbers were just in the city limits?
Those are just in the city limits of Branson.
Wow, thank you.
And so this is a rundown of our inspections in 2025. So 2025 was a bit of a building year. We did bring on some new staff and we trained those up really quickly. So we've been able to make some really great hires and get those staff out actually running inspections on their own pretty quickly, and we're very pleased with that. I would give just a quick shout out to the team that we did see some decrease in our numbers, but those are good decreases. So we saw that our revisits decreased in our pools by 26%, by 49% on food inspections, and then by 30% the total decrease was 30% decrease in those revisits. And so what a revisit is, means that when we have inspected a facility for their annual inspection and they do not pass, we have to go back for a revisit. So what we're finding is that because we've got more staff, we can give more education time, and we're seeing these facilities pass on a first go-around rather than us needing to make multiple visits. So having those additional staff has really helped us on that education front so that we aren't having to go back, not only spending our time going back, but spending the facility's time. And then there are revisit fees associated with that visit. So it does save them dollars on this education front. And so we're really proud of that, and our team's been doing a great job. So again, those staff have just been really instrumental in getting out there and getting our facilities educated. Also, I would just give kudos to everybody involved with the lodging program, our team and your team as well. We did have a record-setting year in 2025. So in terms of the number of facilities that were able to be licensed by the deadline, we saw the largest number licensed that we've seen since I've been involved in the lodging program. So kudos to everybody involved. It's been a really successful effort this year, and we're grateful just for the partnership there. Also on our complaint front, just to give you kind of an idea of what we're seeing. So when people call in and they do want to lodge a complaint, we investigate those. So we had 155 across the food, the lodging, and the pool facilities. So again, we go out and we investigate those and make sure that facilities are meeting code, that they've got healthy and safe establishments. Sometimes those are founded, sometimes they are not, but either way, we address those to make sure that if it is something that needs to be corrected, that we get that taken care of so that we do have healthy and safe facilities. Just a few highlights. We did have our in-person pool school in '25. We had 64 participate, so that's offered to all of our pool operators throughout the county. And basically what that does is it provides that education component before the pool season even begins. So for folks that are going to be maintaining a pool at one of our lodging facilities or a standalone pool type facility, this gets them all of the education that they need regarding our codes and just the safety compliance things that they need to have in place. Also, there's quite a bit of like chemical piece that goes along with that to make sure that they're testing those pools appropriately. So we do a pretty good turnout with that. We did have 64 participants. And I would say we've also spent quite a bit of time with quality improvement efforts over the last year, so we're really excited about that. We flipped our training program on its head, and so we have seen our inspectors are getting through the training faster, so we bring a new inspector on and we can get them out in the field inspecting independently faster now. We have started them, historically, we start with the food program, which is one of our more complicated programs. It's just a larger piece of information to digest. So we are now starting them in the pool program. So that gets them, the pool code is a little bit shorter, but also gets them out interacting with our pool operators faster. So they can kind of get a hang of those interactions that they'll be having during an inspection quicker than they normally would have. And so we flip that all the way upside down, and it's working really well. Our team is getting trained quickly and getting out in the field when we bring on new inspectors faster, so that's going well. Excuse me. We're also focusing on cross-training, so we have more inspectors that are able to inspect more of our facilities than we previously had. So historically, lodging was one of those programs where we waited till our more seasoned inspectors are ready to take that on, but now we're starting that training even sooner. So when we do have somebody that leaves, we've got someone that can step into that place and make sure that we've got all of our programs covered appropriately. So we're training faster, we're getting people out inspecting independently faster, and then we're also getting them cross-trained on more of those different programs. And then lastly, we've also this year implemented an environmental health biller. So we've got a 0.6 FTE, so that's 3 days a week. So we have someone that solely focuses on environmental health billing 3 days a week. So it decreases our outstanding bills, and it also decreases any error that we might have with those. So that's been a real success for our department especially. And then of course these other items have also happened throughout the year. So we've been very busy, been doing a lot of great things, but those items with the quality improvement have just really been super beneficial to our team in this past year. I often get the question of what does our staffing look like? So this is a quick breakdown. We do have a manager, a coordinator, 6 full-time inspectors, a 0.8, 0.4 inspector, 1 admin clerk, and then that environmental health biller that I mentioned. So we do have a sizable team, but as you saw, our basically our inventory is pretty substantial, and we want to be sure that we're getting these facilities what they need, and we need to have the staff to do that. So this is what it looks like for us. I will say we do have 1 open position at this moment, so we are hiring a full-time inspector, and so if you know anybody, send them our way. That's out there on our website right now, and we're looking to interview quickly with that. So a couple of things that's new. I'll just touch on a few of these. One of our biggest highlights is we do have a new website. So it is taneyhealth.gov. It is more streamlined, more user-friendly, and we've really focused on making it really easy to navigate. So if anyone's looking for information, so that's easier to find on our website. We've got all of our forms on there. They are fillable, so we're working on making sure that it's, like I said, user-friendly, and what people are looking for is there easily accessible. We also have new emails. So we did a big Microsoft 365 transition, so we now host our own email server. So we're now officially a .gov, ending on our emails. I would also say just a couple of things not listed here is kind of along the lines of that building. We did purchase a new building in Forsyth. So we realized that our department has some shifting needs, and we did not need a building as large as we had in Forsyth. So we purchased something smaller. We'll be renovating that, hoping to open that at the end of 26, early 27. So we're working through that in this moment. And so that's something new. But also our environmental health team specifically is looking at the food code. So we are currently on a 2009 food code, and we're looking to get that updated to the most current version. Of course, with that comes a lot of community education, a lot of partner conversations. So that's something we've begun looking at for this last half of the year. And then we are doing a cost analysis with our program in the moment. So we do have a fee structure that is in your ordinance. We have not revisited that in several years, and so it's time to revisit that again and just make sure that what we're charging is what it's costing us. Obviously, we are not in it to make money, but we do need to make sure that we compensate for our time so we can keep the staff on board and keep moving forward with the program. So those are just a couple of things that environmental health is specifically looking at right now, and you'll hear more about those later, I'm sure. But that's what's going on at the health department, and we just appreciate the time to present to you today.
Thank you so much, Lisa.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before you leave, you mentioned that you set an all-time record of lodging facilities being licensed. I would just like to give a shout out to our our administrator Step for being the cheerleader and sponsoring the, it was called the Lodging Safety Initiative. And I know Kathy put several together on a committee, spent a couple of years getting that together. And what they discovered in that process and the number of lodging properties that they were able to get a city business license was amazing. So I just wanted to give her a shout out for that.
Yep. Absolutely, and we appreciate her for that.
Yep. Hold on. Glenn?
Yeah, again, thank you for the partnership with the city. I know we get to talk with you on a monthly basis, but I just want to say it publicly. We really appreciate how well you've worked with the city on these very initiatives. And the question I always ask you every year you come to us is, how are we doing budget-wise in terms of the number of inspectors that the city is helping to fund? You had asked, I think, last time to give it some time, and we can certainly see efficiency improvements now and some other things. How does your budget request for this coming year look like? Any changes?
So I'm hoping to schedule a meeting with Kathy soon on that. I think we've seen that we want the businesses to have what they need to be successful. So this past year was very much a year of training, looking at our procedures and policies and kind of tidying some things up so that we can be as efficient as possible. What we are finding is that we've seen that if we had a few more inspectors, we can get those revisits down so that our businesses get what they need that first time around. We do have a very large inventory. So with all of our hotels and all of our food and pools, it's a pretty sizable workload. And so our team is looking at staffing models in the moment, and we'll likely be meeting with Kathy soon on that.
Okay, that's great. And then one other question for you. You probably heard us discussing it as you waited for your slot to come up, is group homes.
Yes.
Does the health department play any role at all in group home inspections? Is there any state code that you reference for that? Anything?
So we do not have any authority over state homes. So I would recommend the state health department. They have several different divisions. They may have a piece of that, so we can certainly ask somebody up higher and see if they might have some information. But locally, we don't have any authority over the group homes. We do go out and provide education when they ask for that, and sometimes testing and things of that nature, but that's pretty much the limit of what we provide.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Harkness, I just want to make sure that you are following along with.
If I need to clarify for anybody in the office, this is a city-provided tablet, and on this tablet, I am not only taking notes, but I am following along with the agenda that is on the screen. Unfortunately, being over here at the very end, it hurts my neck a little, and I'm not going to be like this all night, so I do have it on my tablet, and that is exactly what I'm doing.
Sure.
And Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to also follow up with what she was saying. Some of us are able to multitask.
Okay.
So if I'm not looking at a speaker, does not mean I'm not listening to the speaker.
All I was sharing with what I've heard from a community member, and that it felt disrespectful is all I was sharing. Okay, anybody else have any questions for Lisa?
Thank you, Lisa. You always give such a great report. You're so thorough. We really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill number 6683, an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into a developer agreement with Fountains of Fall Creek LLC for the Fountains of Fall Creek development. Please note for the record, the proposed agreement was distributed to the board after the 5 business days due to being finalized with all parties.
So you've all heard the first reading of Bill 6683. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Kendall. Hello,
Good evening,
Kendall.
Mr. Mayor, members of the board. Cities often enter into development agreements to ensure that necessary public improvements are completed as part of a new development projects. By requiring these improvements in an agreement, cities help protect public health, safety, and welfare of the community while supporting orderly and responsible and sustainable growth. The purpose of this agreement is establishes the responsibilities of both the city and the developer for infrastructure improvements necessary to support the proposed fountains on Fall Creek development. The agreement ensures that public infrastructure improvements are completed while addressing concerns raised by, neighboring property owners and protecting the city's interest. I'm going to highlight some key obligations, and I utilize a couple of the slides, or a couple of the exhibits from the actual agreement itself to aid in this. So the first exhibit I'm utilizing is Exhibit D.
Excuse me, Kendall.
Yes.
Would you mind if we pause? This is going to be a long topic.
Yes.
And it's 8 o'clock. We've gone 2 hours, and I see Alderman needing to get up and use the restroom.
Yeah.
Would you mind if we took a break and
Certainly.
then pick this up?
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll take
You're
a
welcome.
10-minute break. Thank you. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Kendall, I'm sorry for interrupting.
No problem. Where I left off is I was going to start talking about some key obligations of this developers agreement. The first one I want to key in on is the property buffer and neighborhood protections in Exhibit D here. The development is required to construct a substantial earthen berm along the Country Bluff Estates boundary between what is known as currently as the Sutherland property and the Smith property. So if you can see the exhibit there, it starts there at the intersection of, I can never get this to work. Okay. It starts at the intersection there of Loganberry and Country Bluff. They're on the north side there. And you'll see it's represented in that kind of a green, solid green and yellow line. And it extends to the south between the two property, between the subdivision and the developer's property to that Smith property, which is midway. All right. Again, it extends from the Sutherland property here and then down to the Smith property. The berm must be at least 20 feet wide and 6 feet high, and is intended to provide both flood mitigation and a visual screening. A permanent 35-foot vegetation buffer will be maintained between the development and Country Bluff Estates by the developer. A recorded deed restriction will permanently protect the buffer area from future development as well. And landscaping, irrigation, and a 3-year warranty on installed plant material are required. And that vegetation property buffer is in that green hash line, which is here to here. Okay. Next is the stormwater management, also shown on this Exhibit D. The developer must design and construct a regional stormwater detention facility sized to handle a 100-year storm event, which is somewhat represented in that blue outline in that circle here. The facility must control post-development runoff so it does not exceed pre-development discharge rates. The stormwater facility must be completed before the new sewer lift station can be placed into service. The city's contribution towards the detention facility is capped at $25,000 for the construction of the structure itself. Now the next exhibit I will show. Chad, my clicker's not working. Thank you, sir. Water infrastructure is the next key obligation. So the developer is responsible for designing, permitting, and constructing all public water infrastructure within the development. The city's contribution toward the water extension is capped at $50,000 for extending water infrastructure under Fall Creek Road. And so that is in this area here. The agreement specifically states that the city is not guaranteeing water volume or future water supply within the development. Those responsibilities remain with the developer. And then next is the sewer infrastructure and county partnership. The city, in partnership with the county, will provide new public sewer infrastructure to allow for increased and future expansion and services for this development and properties west of the development. So that'll be properties shown here to the west and further west, which is currently served by existing public sewer system from the city of Branson, but the properties are located outside the city limits. The goal there would be to eventually remove 3 public lift stations that are currently in use to save on future operating costs and upgrades, and consolidate them to this one public lift station. The improvements on this development include construction of a new receiving sewer main, which is highlighted in that orange color, and the new lift station, which is highlighted in that, or shown in that red square in the bottom right of that exhibit. And then force main discharge as well as related infrastructure. The Taney County will reimburse the city for sewer improvements using sewer sales tax funds up to $1.1 million. The project is contingent upon Board approval of funding, approval and execution of the Taney County Sewer Sales Tax Funding Agreement, which is the next item on the agenda, and in receipt of county sewer sales tax funding, acquisition of required easements, and the vegetation property buffer and stormwater management requirements. Those all must be in place. The city's financial commitment is separate from the public sewer system improvements. The city's total direct contribution under this agreement is capped at $75,000 for the remainder improvements, which is, again, I highlighted earlier, the $25,000 for the stormwater facility, as well as $50,000 for the public water extension. And then there is up to $5,000 towards for any as-built drawings. No city funds will be dispersed until the property buffer and the stormwater facility have been completed and approved. So a little bit of risk management and protections for the city in the agreement. The developer must provide performance and payment bonds for all the improvements, and the developer is responsible for obtaining permits and complying with prevailing wage and safety requirements when public funds are involved. And the developer identifies and holds the city harmless in claims arising from the project. And the agreement preserves the city's sovereign immunity protections and city's liability. So in closing, the staff recommends approval of the development agreement. The agreement clearly defines the responsibilities of the developer in the city and secures substantial buffering and stormwater protections for neighboring properties, and leverages up to $1.1 million in county sewer sales tax funding for regional sewer improvements, and provides multiple safeguards to protect the city's financial and legal interests. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that, Kendall, and I know many have been working on this agreement for a long time. When you went through the city's expenses, the proposed lift station on the bottom of your map there, who's paying for the lift station?
So the county in the agreement is proposed to provide up to $1.1 million in this county sewer sales tax funds.
So that's for the lift station and the sewer line going in a northwest direction?
That would be for the lift station, the gravity sewer main, and the force main that discharges to the existing city sewer system in the neighboring north property.
Thank you. Great report. Any questions from the board? Any questions from the audience?
My name is Doug Smith, and thank you for the opportunity to come talk with y'all. I'm going to be reading, before I address my own property issues with this, I'll be reading letters from 4 of my neighbors that are immediately adjacent to my property. Could you put Exhibit D back up on the screen? Can I have the laser pointer?
Yes. Clay, you want to give me mirrors?
Just to orient you, so that's my house.
Excuse me, Doug, can we enlarge this?
Yeah, how big can you make that? Yeah, there we go. That's good. Can you move it this way a little bit? A little bit more? Perfect. Right there. Okay. So this is my house, 142 Country Bluff Drive. This is a wooded empty lot, I believe owned by Dan Ruda. The house just to my south is owned by the Keys family. The house next to that is the Thomases, right there. And this is the Hoffman property right here. And this is the Gears property. So currently, the water comes down through here, through the Ruta property here, through a culvert, and in between the Hoffman and Gear houses. However, that's not the only water that comes down off of this property. If you look at the elevation lines right here, okay, water runs off the property at roughly a 90-degree angle. So if you have the top of the bluff up here, the affected properties are the Thomases, the Keys, wait a minute, there they are. The Thomases, the Keys, and then my property. And this is the collection area for the water that not only comes from here, but, it won't turn on. Did I hit a button? Oh, there it is. Okay. So it not only comes down here, but it comes here. So if you look, this is the proposed berm on the agreement, and you can see that it comes halfway up my property. So I'm going to start across the street and read letters from the Hoffman property and the Gears, and then I will come across here and then address these homes. Let's see. Okay. The Hoffman property is at 133 Country Bluff Drive. This is what I have to read. January of 2026, they pumped foam under the driveway to stabilize the erosion under their driveway. Also added 2 sizes of gravel and rocks to hopefully slow down future runoff from an overflowing culvert. They spent $1,025 on the concrete lifting and $2,000 on the fill and rock for a total of $3,025 that they've spent because of the excessive water drainage off of the Fountains of Fall Creek property. So that's their letter. Now, the Gears live at 141 Country Bluff Drive. That is this home right there. And they say, "Dear Alderman, Mayor, and City Administrator, we have lived at 141 Country Bluff Drive since 2006 when the home was built. Our mortgage company did not require us to purchase flood insurance because we were told our house was not in a floodplain. Our lot is on the east side of Country Bluff Drive, across the street from Lot 35, where the bulk of Ruta's runoff leaves the lot looking like a swimming pool after a hard rain. The creek extends from the culvert and runs the length of our property, meaning this way, through there. After heavy rains, the culvert overflows the street and floods our side yard all the way up to the house foundation. At times, it even enters our crawl space. We have experienced the following. The creek received much of the dirt and sediment from the initial clearing, which raised the bottom level of the creek bed such that it constantly overflowed its boundaries. Both our side and rear yards have been destroyed and are void of vegetation. 3 trees died on the side yard and had to be removed because the soil was washed out and killed the trees. We have had to install a sump pump and a water sensor alarm system in the crawl space. Our crawl space has been flooded such that the electrical components of the hot water heater had to be replaced. Fortunately, the base of the air handling system, which is also in the crawl space, was about 4 inches above the dirt floor when the July 2024 rains brought in 3 inches of water. Now we have foundation issues on the creek side, house wall, which is showing up as cracks inside the house. Last summer, our son trenched the creek the length of the property line. We recently had a truckload of dirt dumped on the side yard and need a second load, which will be spread across the side and rear yards. Seeding also needs to be done after that. Several big cracks have now appeared on the driveway since 2020. Even this week's 2.5-inch rain caused the culvert to overflow, leaving debris in the street. We appreciate the city formulating this developer agreement with Mr. Ruda. We expect the installation of a detention pond to finally stop the flooding we have unnecessarily endured. Signed, Dolores Gear and Charles Gear.
Mr. Mayor, may I just interject something here? The Gears, if some of the board will remember this, when the flooding was so horrible, I'm not sure if it was the police department or our fire department that had to go check on Mr. and Mrs. Gear because the water was moving so swiftly by their house. They had concerns. If Mr. Gear would have walked out that door, there's no telling what could have happened to him. He's elderly. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Ruth.
Okay. So having addressed the east side of Country Bluff Drive and the impacts that this has had on them, let's start at the top of the street here with the Thomas House. And this is a letter from the Thomases to the board. To whom it may concern, we are writing to formally express our serious concerns regarding the proposed housing development and the apparent failure to adequately address the impact it has already had on adjoining property owners. My primary question is straightforward. Why does the proposed berm not continue to our property line? As you can see here, the berm only extends partially through my property and their house. The berm would love to be extended up to here, but I'll read more from their letter. The removal of a substantial number of trees adjacent to our property has already caused significant and measurable damage to the natural landscape. The loss of this vegetation has increased erosion, altered drainage patterns, diminished privacy, and exposed our property to conditions that did not previously exist. These trees served as a natural buffer for decades, and their removal has left neighboring property owners to bear the consequences. It is widely recognized that the tree removal conducted by the developer was excessive. Regardless of how that situation is characterized, the reality remains that the trees are gone, and the resulting impacts are now being experienced by surrounding homeowners. The burden of correcting those impacts should not fall upon the residents who have suffered the loss. If berms are being constructed to mitigate the effects of the development for other affected properties, there is no reasonable justification for excluding our section. The same conditions exist here, and the same protection should be provided. In fact, given the extent of tree loss adjacent to our property, the need for a berm is even more critical. Beyond the environmental concerns, there are legitimate financial consequences. The destruction of the natural tree line has negatively affected the character, appearance, and privacy of our property, all of which directly influence property values. Homeowners should not be expected to absorb a reduction in property value because a developer chose to remove vegetation that once provided a natural barrier. This issue has a simple and equitable solution. The berm should be extended to the property line corresponding with the area where the trees were removed. The buffer existed before the development activity occurred. Therefore, an appropriate replacement buffer should now be required. The trees were removed. The damage has been done. The mitigation efforts should be comprehensive, fair, and applied consistently to all affected property owners. I respectfully request that the city require the berm to continue through our property and fully address the erosion, privacy, and property value concerns created by the removal of the tree line. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Rick and Tara Thomas. Next is a brief letter from Rick and Mary Key, who are my immediate neighbors to the south. Again, that's my house, and this is the Keys. And I think there are some photos that go with this.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
may I have Hillary or Chad bring
Absolutely.
up the pictures? Thank you.
I have not seen these photos, so I will read the letter and you, okay. Can you run through them real quick so I can see what they are? There's one. How many are there? 4? There's 2. Where's 3? Okay, and 4? Okay, cool. All right. Just as a reference, this stone wall here, I'll read it, but he actually raised and filled this area in. There used to be, it's not working again.
Clay, did you give him that faulty pointer?
So this is actually the property line between our 2 properties. My property's down here and his property's up here, but he actually put this wall up generously at his expense to try to mitigate some of the water flow from his property onto mine. And I'll show you later that there's still an issue. Anyway, so let me read his letter to you. Dear Alderman, Mayor, and City Administrator, thank you for the proposed developer agreement to address the erosion issues affecting several Country Bluff Estates property owners. My property at 150 Country Bluff Drive has experienced severe erosion since the fountains on Fall Creek property was cleared 6 years ago. We have spent $20,000 to attempt to mitigate the runoff. 5 years ago, we sodded the rear yard only to watch it wash away. The attached pictures show where last year we cut out and built 2 walls and used the dirt to level the yard the best we could. Then we built a 4 to 5 foot wall to protect our neighbor, which I really greatly appreciate. I love our neighbors. We built a French drain, which also is another picture up there, to help with the upper runoff. This work has helped, but the runoff issue remains. We ask that the berm be extended the full 100-foot width of my lot. Additionally, we experience runoff from the Thomas property, which we just talked about, to the south of us. Is it possible for the berm to be extended the 100-foot width of their lot as well? Thank you for considering this request. Sincerely, Rick and Mary Key.
Excuse me, yeah.
Which picture?
If you're going to talk, we need you to push the mic, please. Yeah, yeah, there.
I don't control the pictures.
It is. Okay. Could you go back to the picture that showed the trees behind the wall? I just want to get some type of a...
This one here?
Yes. Which way are we looking here?
Okay, so you're actually looking southwest.
Okay.
So if you go back to the D, if you go back to D, whatever it's called.
Plat map?
Exhibit D
Yeah, Exhibit D.
French drain.
on the
If you-
presentation.
Okay, so let's see. So the wall between our 2 houses is right here, and you're actually looking off this direction in that photo. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, but Also, did you not say that the water from the development side of the green hash marks flows to the, I guess it'd be the northeast from there?
It does. Yeah,
Okay.
it does.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's
Yep.
higher right there behind that house at the lower, and
What's
then it lowers down going toward the
Yeah,
proposed berm.
you'll see pictures from my property next. So, yes. Okay. I don't have anything written down, so I'm just kind of trying to explain this. So could you put up the first photo of mine? Okay, this is my backyard. And as you can see, there's the wall that you saw in the other picture. And the water flows from up here on the southwest and drains across. It goes into the Thomas's yard, and all the water that drains from the Thomas's yard drains down through the Keys yard, in addition to more water flowing from the Fountains on Fall Creek property. And I also have water that drains through here, but I get water from both of those properties here. Now, there's a swale. The water goes this way, and I'll show you another picture in a minute. So it goes this way in between our houses, but it comes down here, and you can see the erosion along the side of the house here. But it also, there's another track that goes here to the back of our house, tracks down by my porch, and then back around. So I get water flowing in all directions in a heavy rain when it's really going. Let's see. Okay, can you go to the second picture, please? This is looking the other direction from up the hill. And you can see there's a track. I told you it came down this way. It tracks back here. But we also get water that flows. So we get it from here, we get it from here, we get it from here, and we get water that flows in here. It pools down here before it empties into the creek. Keep in mind, see this tree right here? Okay, can you go to the next picture, please? That's this tree. And this is during one of the rains. This becomes a mud pond here. It empties into, and this is the Ruta property. My property line stake is right about there. And it goes across here. But the water comes down the hill, it pools here, and when it can't hold it anymore, it trickles into here.
Where's the creek?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the point. Where is the creek? And I'll show you something next. So remember I said that the water actually comes not only off of the Thomases and the Keys property, but it also comes off of the Fountains of Fall Creek property. And that water coming down the backside of my house ends up here. So can you go to the next picture, please? This is, okay, so there's that wall. Our property line is right here. And you can see that we've got water that not only comes through the backyard, but it comes down behind their wall where they put the French drain in. It drains through the tie rods. There are the railroad ties. And you can see it comes down here. And we have more that comes down here. And we have just a dirt path that comes here, down here, and it goes here. I have to walk through about 1.5 inches of water to climb into my car during a hard rain. So, and you can see it comes right around our basketball hoop. Okay, now go to the next slide, please. This is what it looked like a couple days ago when it rained. You can see there is a water track that comes from in between our houses, down onto my driveway, and over, and you can see it's already soaked here. And some of it does end up in the gutter out here, but most of it ends up in my yard going this way. And so we get flooding in the back of our house, and we get flooding in the front of our house. Next slide, please. Here you go. And when I said in the front of my house, this is what my side yard looks like. This is my front yard over here at the bottom of my front yard. And it just pools here. And I can't walk out there for days after a hard rain. The water recedes in, and just to clarify, none of these photos show water at its peak. This is after things have died down. So this water, it comes all the way up here, goes across the street. From here across, it'll go onto the Hoffman driveway over here. It'll flow over from right here at the corner of the Gear driveway down into the creek. This grass right here by the side of their driveway is completely matted when after a rain is completed. I have one last slide, please. There you go. This is what the root of property next to our house looks like. And you can see here, there's nothing back there. And all this water, some of it from way over here on the other side, tracks down here. Some of it tracks down here. You can see a track right there. But from about here over, that all comes into the Thomases and the Keys and my yard. And even if it's not entering at the top of my property, it's entering all the way down to here. So this happens every time there's a heavy rain. And, I don't really have a backyard because of all of this erosion that's gone on. And I have a hard time growing stuff in my front yard too. Now, down here where it pools, I've got a really nice green patch. But that's about it. So anyway, so if you can go back to the D, whatever it's called. Okay, so the proposed berm, okay, so we had to fight tooth and nail to get a 35-foot tree buffer. And when they took all the trees down, I didn't appreciate the way that, just a side note, I didn't appreciate the way that was done. They put burn piles right out here. I have asthma. I'm allergic to oak. And so for all the time that they did that, I was constantly using my inhaler. And I was physically affected by what he did, not just because I didn't no longer had the trees there, but because he was not a considerate neighbor. So that bothered me, but that's a side note. Anyway, so as you can see, the berm, which is 20 feet, which is supposed to have some trees on top of this 20-foot berm. So for half of my property, I'll have a 55-foot buffer, which is fabulous. I'd be happy with that. But you know what? What happens, because this area right here, this is all dirt, grass, whatever is growing there, and that holds some amount of water. There's some absorption there, but I suspect that there's going to be buildings and roads and parking lots. And we all know that roofs and driveways and parking lots don't absorb water. So not only does this short berm not mitigate my particular issue or the Keys or the Thomases, but when they finish building, my problem's going to be worse. So I am here to ask that the agreement be amended to extend this all the way up here. It's got to be all the way up here, because if we can get the water to track instead of onto our properties, which has been a real pain, if we can get the water, the berm will guide this naturally down to this detention basin. And then it can be, I don't know how that works, I'm not an engineer, but I can imagine that the three of us here will have a shot at maybe having a backyard. So I would appreciate the board's consideration to amend this to require not to have an engineer decide whether it's needed or not, but to require that this berm be extended up here to protect us. That's what you guys were installed for, is to protect your citizens. And I would really value being protected. We've lived here since August of 2024, and I miss the forest, but I at least don't want to be damaged further by a short berm. So,
Thank
anyway.
you very much. Any questions?
Yes, I just have one question, please. What is the bottom of the lot number that you're asking for an extension to? What lot number is that?
Well, let's see. So, I don't know what the lot number is. It's let's see, I'm 142, the Keys are 150, and this is 158.
Jerry has it.
What's the lot number, the Thomas lot number? Okay, so I'm lot 67, the Keys are lot 68, and the Thomases are lot 69.
So the house below, what's the third house you said, 69 down there?
That's the Thomas house.
So there's no issues with the house right below it?
I haven't talked with them, but the berm, it would be great if you'd extend the berm all
Well, no,
the
I'm
way
just,
to where
you
the
didn't
trees
reference
come
it, I was just curious where,
Yeah.
okay.
He's a-
Another question, you've lived there since when?
down. 2004, August of 2004.
What was the water issue prior to the land being cleared? Did y'all have any water runoff at all, or
We did, but it was exponential afterwards.
nothing to that effect where it was flooding? And because I went down there a couple of years ago during a heavy rain and saw it for myself, and it
Yeah.
was,
Yeah.
I just wondered how much worse it is if you still had these same issues prior to the land being.
There were some issues, but it's been exponential since the trees came down.
Compared to what it is.
Compared to what it was. Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for letting me talk.
You bet.
I really appreciate it.
I'm Cherry Webster, and I live in Lot 33. This is a Sutherland house, Lot 33, Cherry Webster. This is a vacant lot that I also own, and this is Lot 35. Part of Lot 34, about at least a fourth, if not a third of it, is also down in this whole wooded area at the lower elevation. So when the water runs off into Lot 35, it also catches Lot 34, and it has eroded so many the tree roots are so exposed right now. I think I'll be like the gears pretty soon, where a couple of those trees are going to have to come down. If you go back to 2020, when the forest was first felled, there was no detention when the 40 acres was cleared here. Mr. Ruda asked for a 10-acre county land disturbance permit because he had a low-income housing project way up here on the west side. And when he started clearing it, he told John Epps, his contractor, who had the bulldozer and backhoe, to just go ahead and clear the whole area and don't tell the engineer, because then I'll have to update my stormwater documentation. And that's documented in the cover letter of the engineer when he designed a SWIP and sent it to the Missouri DNR. Mr. Ruda was cited with 8 violations when we finally got the DNR rep to come down to Branson. And by then, that was day 12 of the 14-day felling of the forest, and the trees were gone. We spent another 6 weeks with all being burnt on site, 24 hours a day. We were covered in ash. And the SWIP that was designed, first of all, if you go back to the county permit, if you ask for a permit over 10 acres, you have to provide a stormwater pollution prevention plan, the SWIP. And that's why he only asked for 10. And so if there had been a SWIP at that time, and it eventually was after the trees, it would have required a sediment basin right here, which would then be converted into a detention pond. But even after his engineer designed one, and the DNR could not force him to build what the engineer designed. So instead, he put in a 105-foot row of riprap here, and about 25 feet behind it, 25 to 50 feet behind it, there's a short row of riprap, about 25 feet long, and it's a nice little frog pond. When it rains, the water runs. First of all, let me tell you about the slopes. This is the bluff, and the water comes down this way at a 14% slope. The Nevins parcel over here to the west, the slope comes down this direction at an 8% slope. From Fall Creek Road up here, it comes down at a 12% slope. And so all 3 of those directions converge right here in Lot 34 and Lot 35. So when Ruda didn't, before you clear the land, you put something down. The only thing that was required with his 10-acre permit were best management practices, which meant he put some silt socks up in here about the middle of the parcel where the road that enters the gate comes in, and there's a culvert under that road. That was the only detention he put in prior to the bulldozer and the backhoe knocking all the trees down. So when it rains now, the water flows from 3 directions. It flows through the riprap, it flows around the edges of the riprap, and it flows in front of the riprap from these 2 directions. So when I stand out in my yard when it's raining, you can look at the entire property line, and water is pouring off of every single inch. So you asked where the creek was. That's a really good question. Actually, years ago, I walked the length of that creek all the way over to the Nevins property. When I got to the dirt road on Ruda's property, then the Nevins property starts, and their forest was so dense, I couldn't go anywhere. I mean, I couldn't put a foot in there. You couldn't walk anywhere in it. But I followed the creek bed. Let's see, this is Smith's house. Here's the culvert right here at the corner. And the creek comes right along here, and then it makes a turn, as you can see, in front of, it comes up the property line on Doug's house and starts to curve, and so it comes across here. So you see it's well in front of the 105-foot riprap, and it goes diagonally across the Ruda property. And so when the bulldozer came back and forth to knock the trees down, the creek boundaries disappeared. So the only creek boundaries that remain right now are along the Ruda property here, along the Smith Ruda property here. And as it starts to curve and go over to the boundary of Lot 34, it stops. The creek boundaries are the creek whatever, it's not even a creek. The boundaries aren't there. The gravel that they dumped in it 6 years ago is just there and grass is growing around it. And so on the developer agreement, could you just shift just a little bit this way so we can see that, no, the other way so we can see there. Okay, it says right here on number 3, basin berm outlet and outlet drainage structures directed towards Fountains on Fall Creek parcel, that's lot 35 in Country Bluff Estates. So what he's saying is that here's the berm that's going to be along the detention pond, and they're going to pipe it out onto lot 35. Well, that's just going to keep flooding lot 35, but it would be really helpful if he would retrench the creek boundaries. In fact, trench them all the way up in front of, either let the pipe, I don't know what the drainage structures are. I assume they're like pipes that release the water that's captured in here. But if there's some way that part of the creek could be, that's gone, could be retrenched so that the drainage structures dump into a ditch, some kind of ditch, instead of just letting it flow all over lot 35. Lot 35 is covered with rocks right now. There never used to, it didn't used to be that way. But with all the rain, some of it just gets washed, the rocks get washed into the property. But if you've got rocks already on it, the water erodes and the rocks always come to the surface. So it's amazing the amount of water that has come through here. Now, most of this, lot 34, is my side lawn. And there's so much erosion through the lawn, so many ridges, that when I get on the riding mower, I bounce from ridge to ridge to ridge to ridge. I got an estimate last fall. My irrigation guy said I needed at least 1 to 2 inches of soil dressing on the lawn. And I priced out, I think 1 inch was $3,000 by the time I had to pay somebody to also spread it. I have not invested in that yet because if Rita doesn't do anything, it's just going to wash away, just like the sod did in the Keys yard. What I have done is I've had to have 2 or 3 big trees, like 40, 50-foot trees in here on this side yard. They died, and I had to have them taken down. And the people that took it down, they cut the trunk part into 3-foot lengths, and we laid them back in here between my house, mostly between my house and down here to the edge at an angle to try and stem the velocity of the flow as it's coming down here. So I get the flow more from this angle and straight across this way. The Smith, Thomas, and Keys get it down this way because this is the steep slope, the 14%. But you can look out the window and see it's every single inch of his property releases water onto the neighborhood. And,
Jerry?
sorry, did you have a question?
I did, and I'm not an engineer, so I don't know. But if that berm is placed behind your lot and the lot to the south of you, I didn't think they were going to run the water out through the berm. I thought that was to keep the water back.
So my understanding with my conversations with some of the engineers was this part of the berm is the wall to the detention pond, and it might be moist a lot. It's supposed to hold water back. The document says there's an extra 1 foot of free load.
Free board,
Which means the berm is supposed to handle the 100-year flood event plus one more foot. So if there was a berm there instead of this riprap that's doing nothing, that should help a lot. It really should help a lot. But the wording of this, they're talking about the outlet drainage structures are directed towards lot 35. Is that Kendall, is that a pipe that comes out that releases it in, if it can, whatever the structure is, can you release it into a ditch?
So I am not the resident expert on stormwater, but I can answer this, is that in my history with stormwater detention and developments and viewing those site inspections, what they generally do is it'll either be some sort of a concrete device that basically chokes down the water so that it doesn't leave the property greater than pre-development, okay? So as you add roof structures, parking lots, roadways to that site, it is going to increase runoff. And so the design engineer's job is to design a basin that's large enough to detain that runoff back down to levels, or discharge back down to levels that are pre-development. So it's basically be either pipes or a concrete weir structure, and then anything that's over that 100-year flood would basically overtop the berm.
When you say pre-developed, are you talking about pre-building houses and houses and parking lots that are impervious? Or are you talking about the pre-developed in 2020?
So that's a good question. I can't answer that. I'm not, again, that expert on that. If it would be pre-development of as it sits today or pre-development as before it was cleared.
Because my initial understanding was that phraseology of pre-developed would be, but in 2020, when you had a forest that really sucks up the rain when it comes in, and then when he cleared it, and he didn't even sod it. He didn't sod it, didn't hydroseed it.
So, I'm sorry, Jerry. I want to make sure I understood what you said. When I was asking about, in response to Cherry's comment about the water running down onto, or being released onto Lot 35, is there a pipe in the berm that lets the water out?
Yes, there will be some sort of an apparatus to allow water to fully drain out of that basin itself. Now, some are designed to hold some sort of water as a more of an aesthetic feature, but generally speaking, most of them are self-draining. So they have either a series of pipes or they have a weir structure that allows it to drain, but as floodwaters increase up to that 100-year mark, it still chokes down the flow to manageable levels and discharges downstream.
So the berm's not really keeping the water out, it's just slowing down the pace
Yes,
of the
slowing down the
release?
pace. And I would like to add too that the detention basin may be taller than this 6-foot berm. Again, the detention basin it's built as a structure itself, separate from this. They may incorporate the berm into this detention, but again, that'd be more of a question for the developer and their designer as they work through that process of designing something that's going to fit the parameters of this agreement, as well as the parameters of the City of Branson code for building stormwater detention basins. And so that berm, or the detention facility or basin itself, the structure may be taller than 6 foot.
So when I spoke to a city engineer, I was told that the basin could also be dug out, go down and create a hole. And that, to me, I'm not an engineer, but that sounds like a good idea, because right now, although it is the lowest elevation in this area, if the basin was dug down,
And again,
it would be less likely to keep flooding over at the berm.
You could do that. Again, there's a balance of that elevation of the bottom of that basin being able to discharge water downstream and dry out the basin, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Or if they design a water feature into it, then you could hold some water. But again, when you're holding that water, that's not counted towards detention, right? That's just a water feature. Anything above that normal water level, if they built it a structure or a weir structure or apparatus that chokes down that water from leaving, that would be the area that would be considered detention.
Well, and I'm an old country boy, okay? So when I was asking you, and I wasn't trying to be facetious when I asked where the creek was, maybe creek to some of you, but it's creek to me. I was talking about on Cedar Bluff side. Because I know you said it goes down by the Gears or Greers.
The Gears house right here.
Okay, and it's between their house and the house to the north of them.
So the creek is called the Copeland Branch. It's on the U.S. Geological Survey as a USGS Blue Line waterway. And the Army Corps of Engineers has jurisdiction over it. And it runs all the way, well, let's see, to the west, it runs this way and goes all the way to the dirt road on the west side of the property into the Nevins parcel. And then from here, it goes from lot 35 in between the Gears house, it goes the whole length of the Gear house, and then it comes on back through, all the way through the Country Bluff subdivision, past the lift station, and empties out onto Lake Taneycomo through Cooper Creek.
Okay, and I was going with this, and I'm not trying to belabor it, but it sounds to me like an old farm pond. You know how a farm pond would have a corrugated pipe that if the water got too high, it would run into that, and then it would go down in a controlled manner into a creek or something like that. And is that what this would be then theoretically?
Somewhat, yes.
Mr. Mayor, can I just interject? Guys, a lot of these questions are going to be for when this structure is actually engineered, right? What we're looking for right now, and we want to get input and comments from impacted neighbors, right, and understand what their concerns are. But to ask our staff, like, back and forth questions about what will this look like, we don't know, right? There will be mathematical engineering equations that the developer's design professional will have to meet. And when we talk about what's pre-development, that's actually a very good question, Cherry, right? Because we kind of talked a little bit about that internally too. But, you know, it's common sense. I'll just give one more little point or tidbit of information, which is wooded lots have different what they call runoff coefficients, I think is the right word if I remember from my old life, and versus, which means they don't have water racing off of them as fast, right? And they can absorb more storm water than, say, what a barren lot would or just a grass lot would. But there's so many variables to that. And so our team is going to be paying very close attention to what the design criteria standards are that their professional comes up with, make sure it meets code. And at this point, to have these more in-depth discussions, I think it's really counterproductive.
Yep.
And I don't mean to be rude or dismissive in any way. All I'm saying is this is going so far into the details that we just don't have at this point.
I'll finish up with just the flooding. So the other side, again, this is my house here. This is a Sutherland house. And we have one other issue, and that is the road crown up here at the intersection of Loganberry. When the city repaved the streets in 2015, this crown up here got raised. And so since then, when we have really heavy rains, we're not only dealing with the Ruta runoff, but we're dealing with the street runoff here. It hits the Sutherland curb in the middle of their house, jumps the curb, and then it makes a 90-degree turn and comes down here between the houses.
Excuse me, Sherry, isn't that a separate issue?
Yes and no. When it comes down here, it hits the swale and it goes straight out to the Ruta property. But in July of 2024, when we had that 6 inches of rain, the water coming off here met at the middle of my house, and the water from Ruta's property met at the middle of my house, and it had nowhere to go except my lower level. And I had to place the carpet in that entire lower level.
So I know
that's
that-
the flooding situation on my side.
Yeah, so I understand that, but addressing the,
Mike has got that all solved. They just got a bid for
Okay,
the asphalt
so
and
that has
paving and
nothing to do
milling.
with
and-
this
Well, no,
development.
the Ruta runoff exasperated
okay.
the street runoff.
So what is it that you're asking for?
Well, I think it's great that he's given us the berm. It's excellent that he's giving us the 35-foot buffer. I would like to help support my neighbors. I think the berm ought to be continued as well. We've had some discussions about, other aspects like the trees on the berm and whatnot, but this is the closest I've seen the development agreement. You and I go way back Mayor Melton, when you were an alderman in 2020, and you were the one that initiated the development agreement the first month after you were mayor. In fact, we were surprised to find out that you came out at night during a deluge of rain just to see what we were complaining about, and you were aghast by it. So we've been working with you, and you, in your attempt to negotiate a developer agreement, none of the two Combs and none of the two Rudas were willing to negotiate. And so your hands got tied in the city that there was no vehicle to force him to put in detention because he wouldn't submit a site plan. The site plan that he had for the low-income housing had to be moved because when he filled the forest, thinking, oh, I'll hurry up and get this done, he didn't realize that the HUD, who was giving him a $5 million grant, that they were going to come do an environmental assessment inspection. And when they got there, oh, there was no trees. So HUD said, that property is tainted. You can't build on it. But if you have a property somewhere else, we'll let you take the project and keep the $5 million grant, which he did, and he built the townhouses over on Golfview.
Okay, so tonight, we're talking about the developer agreement.
So I think that the thing about the developer agreement is, quite frankly, that pond, detention pond, shouldn't even be in the development agreement. It should have been done 6 years ago. But since it's there now, we appreciate it, and I think it's going to solve a lot of problems.
I do too. Thank you, Cherry.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the audience wishing to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Alderman. As Clay Cooper would say, never mind.
State
My
your
name
na-
is Charles Hillis. I live in Country Bluff Estates, and I'm the Country Bluff Estates POA president. Can you pass those out for Mandy? Yes. That was just the legalese stuff. I wanted to talk about this property. I appreciate everything that's been done on the developer's agreement so far. And maybe I have a suggestion that will fix a lot of things. I saw the 35 feet all the way up, and I think that's amazing. When we look at the berm, it only goes up to that one property line right here. The problem is that it comes at an angle down, and it does come across, and it goes around the berm, and it is washing out all those yards and everything that goes down through Doug Smith's yard into that lot. Not necessarily the first two lots, but at least right here through that Thomas property, and I believe that was, I'll have to go back and look it up, whatever that lot number was for Thomas, 69. I would like to suggest to the board and ask that they make an amendment to at least include the rest of his lot, but all the way to here with the other two lots. I know that's asking a lot, and we've been doing this for a long time, and to get it over and done with, the POA board is willing, if that amendment comes in, to give us that extra berm, we will pay for the vegetation and implement that vegetation in. We will put that in ourselves at our cost. That way it doesn't cost Mr. Ruda any more money, and the board is willing to spend that money if you will amend it up to here to stop that flooding, not the first two, but starting right there at the Thomas property, to help our neighbors. And I think that is a compromise that wouldn't cost him anything else in the vegetation and stuff in that berm if we pay for that ourselves on that last two properties going up. I think that would finish everything. It would help those neighbors. Everybody's seen the pictures. Everybody knows. I'm not going to talk about the fines and the things that went on. I'm just saying, if we can get an amendment to add that additional berm in so that all that water that's coming this way and this way doesn't go behind and still destroy those properties, we will take care of that vegetation ourselves and implement it. And that's the best I can do.
Thank you very, very much.
And hopefully that's an amendment that will work for everybody and solve the problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susie Sutherland, and my husband and I, Bob, live at 110 Country Bluff, and we're the beginning of where this berm comes on. And this has been a long time to come. I think everybody is ready for it to be over. And I'm hoping to ask that you guys will amend this to extend the berm, and Charles has agreed to pay for the vegetation on the berm to help cover the costs of that for Mr. Ruda. And if we can get that kind of a decision from you guys to allow this to go through, I think we can put this to bed. I think that this can get to a point where we are comfortable with the city signing this agreement. And just to put it behind us, I think that it's worth your consideration to make that amendment. So I don't know how that would happen, but could we do it tonight?
Mr.
Just
Mayor,
a question.
may I respond?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, I'm happy to make that amendment. Are you wanting the easement to go any farther on the top, going up, not just down to 70, but was there any discussion?
Well, we haven't.
Hold it, we can't shout from the audience.
Well, it's actually right behind my house. It would be north, because my house is the top,
Somebody
to
pointed
the
that.
furthest to the north.
Okay, because in trying to craft an amendment, we need to say from lot 70 up to,
Yeah.
What
Hold on a
What's
sec.
our lot number, do you know?
Excuse me. Hold on a second, Kathy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I'm suggesting at this point is there's been a lot of good ideas talked about here so far. I think it'd be best off for you all if you get to hear from all the members of the public that want to contribute. And then Mr. Ruda would like the opportunity to come up here, because this isn't an ordinance that we're amending. This is a contractual agreement between the city and the developer. So it's not as easy to just like make amendments, right? It's got to be an agreement from the two parties. So I think it'd be really worthwhile to give the developer the opportunity to come up here, but certainly we want to hear from everybody in the public first.
Mr. Mayor.
Is that okay?
Yes, Artie.
Yeah.
You said that the POA would cover the vegetation on the berm. They're not going to pay for the cost of the extension of the berm? No, I say they're not going to pay
Hold
for
on,
the
Artie.
extension
Artie,
of the berm.
I'm sorry, we can't have conversations with people in the audience.
I think that what Charles was saying is Mr. Ruda would pay for the extension going south from the Thomas property to where it ends at halfway through the Smiths. And if Mr. Ruda will pay for the extension of the berm, the POA will cover the cost of the vegetation that goes on that portion.
That's right.
Mr. Ruda would still be responsible for vegetation from the furthest part north to the 300
Yes.
feet that's currently on there.
Do you have any questions with that, Artie?
But what my question was going to be, and I'm sorry if I was looking at you when I was talking to you, but you're talking about just paying for the vegetation on the extension of the berm.
Yes, that's what Mr. Hillis is offering.
Mr. Ruda would still be responsible for building the berm.
Right.
and for the irrigation on the berm,
Yes.
and the guarantee of the vegetation on the berm?
Well, I guess if we're putting it in, he shouldn't, I don't know
That's
if he'd
right.
be
He
responsible.
can't do the warranty for that.
Yeah, I don't think he would do that. I don't think that would work.
That answer your question, Artie? Okay. Anybody else, are you through? I'm sorry. Anybody else in the audience have anything to say? No, actually, speakers are only allowed to speak one time, sorry.
Hello, Mark Ruda, Sycamore Church Road, Branson, Missouri. Mayor, Alderman. From our perspective, we've been through this, for quite some time as well. One of our previous versions of this had the berm extending generally much more of this direction, and I guess our understanding is that the 35-foot buffer was more important, and so that's part of the reason that we got to the point that we are at today. So I guess what we would, where we would be is to say, we were open to doing the berm, extending it further. We were open to doing the 35 feet, but we'd really like to do one or the other and not both. Meaning extending the berm further than it already shows. I guess we feel like we make a concession today so that we can get to tomorrow and make another one. And so I guess we're saying we feel like, the 35 feet buffer was more important. And so that was the direction that we've gotten to today. We extended the berm as much as we thought that we could at this point. If the berm is more important than the buffer, I guess that we're open to that discussion, but we would like to not do both. Partly it is, we're taking up additional land in addition to building berms, in addition to landscape. It's additional land that we are taking up here as well. So
Yeah. Thank you for that input. So my suggestion would be, this is a contract, development contract between the landowner and the city. And both parties have to agree. So I don't know that we can resolve this evening. Kathy?
I think, we really cut right to the chase tonight, right? Because all we would have done if we had postponed this vote tonight is go back to the Rudas again and proposed what many of the neighbors were asking for, and I think we got our answer. So at the end of the day, I mean, it'd be nice to hear some input from the elected officials on where you all think we should go from here. Mark, if that's your final answer, I feel like I'm on, what is that show? Who Wants to Be a Millionaire or something?
Yeah. Is that your final?
Right, is that your final answer? I mean, we're so close, Mark.
yes.
Cripes, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? I'm like, the finish line is right here. We're ready to cross over and break the ribbon at the end of the day. And so I can feel it. And I understand what you're saying. And in fairness to these guys, which is not a politically popular thing to say, but it's the right thing to say. In fairness to the developers on this agreement, their team and my team have been working together on this for 3.5 years, really since the day I walked in the door. And it's been a long time coming. And in that process, there's been massive flooding and damage and degradation to properties in Country Bluff, and actually before as well, as Clay mentioned, or as Alderman Cooper mentioned as well. So I'm just trying to give some color to this to say there has been give and take on both sides. And that's why I felt really confident about bringing this particular agreement to you all, is because I felt like there was a balance there. Neither side is getting exactly what they want. Now, when I say want, tonight some needs, I think, were illustrated and brought to light even more than what I was aware of. And so I think that's why I'm like, oh my God, but I can't put pressure on you, Mark, right here in this public venue and go, come on, man. I won't do that to you. So I guess it'll be up to you all if you want to discuss it more tonight and see if there's other things that you could propose to the developer and to the neighbors, and see if we can find a way to split the difference here somehow one more time. or we postpone and nothing moves forward and there's no stormwater detention built or,
Yeah.
you know?
So I don't know if this is fair, and if it's not, just tell me. Do you have a ballpark of what 250 foot of a berm would be?
I don't have that at this
Okay.
time. So probably it's more about the land, the additional land at this point
I
than
see.
than it
I
is
see.
about the additional
That's fair.
cost of the berm. We just, part of this is we've been trying to look at that buffer between a low-density residential and a medium-density residential. Feel like that we've, really, the buffer that's there now is substantially more than that. And so I guess our feeling would be to say, if we want to extend that berm, we would like to put that into that 35 feet.
That's what I was going to suggest. Because if the land is more important, if the proposal was to put the 20-foot berm inside the easement, then that would be something we would ask the board how they would feel about that.
And
Inside the buffer, I'm sorry.
So
you're not giving up more land, you're going to eat into the buffer with the extended berm.
That's right.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I guess I would say is that it may be a possibility to not have the berm be 20 foot wide. I haven't done all the math on that, so I can't speak to that exactly from an engineering perspective. But maybe the answer could be is that the berm is 10 feet wide or something into that 35 feet. So maybe there, and again, I'm speaking off the cuff. Some of this stuff is new to me tonight as well, is that maybe it could be a 25-foot undisturbed buffer and a 10-foot
Sir,
wide berm.
I see your hand, and we'll get to you. I'm listening to him. Thank you.
So I'm open to some revision that way, but we would like to not take up more than the 35 feet and the buffer, and the berm that's already shown. Again, in a previous version of this, we had that berm running much further, but that was in the spot of that 35 foot.
I see.
And so, anyway, we felt like that this was more important, and so that's how we got here.
Got it. I truly appreciate you letting us know what your needs are.
Thank you.
And if you don't mind, let me talk to a few of these others.
Very good.
Can I ask Mark one real quick
Oh, I'm
question?
sorry, yes.
With the extended buffer and berm and the 100-year detention pond versus what, was it 25 and y'all went to 100?
Yes.
How much land has that eaten into the total project?
I don't have that calculation.
It did.
No, I mean, it had to have, right? I was just
Yeah.
curious. I mean,
But
3 acres, 4 acres,
doesn't-
or?
Yeah.
I don't know that.
Yeah.
I don't know that answer exactly.
Well, man, no,
Sorry.
I just want to make a point that there
Yeah.
has been some given.
From our perspective, yes, there was some additional land and expense to go from the 25-year to the 100-year, and additional buffer as well.
Excuse me, Artie?
Thank you, Larry. I know that there's concern now being raised about, well, if you put in the buffer, you don't want to do the vegetation, the 35-foot vegetation. If you extend that berm down to the south, to the highest point, right there, okay, as you come up that ridge, you're not going to have a 6-foot berm, are you?
I wouldn't think that you would need one nearly that tall and nearly that wide, but again, I have
Yeah.
not done the engineering on it.
And,
So,
and if that's the case, then some of that vegetation could be left in behind there and still be within that 35-foot, possibly.
I believe it could
Yeah.
be, but again, we haven't gone through and done all of that analysis
Yeah.
at this point. I
So
would,
that could work both ways.
I would think that there could be something there, yes.
Yeah.
Again, I haven't done all the math. Some of this is
Sure.
hitting me fresh at the same time here tonight. Thank you.
Mark, again, very appreciated. Board, yeah, come on up.
Mr. Mayor,
Doug Smith
Oh,
again.
point of order.
I'm sorry, yes, you've already spoke once.
I did.
Our
Can I just
rules are
make-
we can only speak once during a,
Really?
yep,
Yes.
sorry. The
So I can't
ordinance.
mention that it was
It's a
originally a
co- it's-
50-foot buffer? in
It's
the
an
county
ordinance.
zone?
Anybody else like to address this? Really? I mean, we're
Mr.
pretty-
Mayor,
Yes,
we're done with public comments.
not yet. Any other members of the audience like to address this?
Okay, here we go. Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I think we're done with public comments.
I think I have somebody ready to come up. Okay, if you're not ready to come up, we'll just end public comment.
I think what he is saying is the original.
Could you speak into the mic, please?
And your name, please.
And
I'm sorry. My name is Mandy Scrivener. I'm also a homeowner, property owner in Country Bluff Estates.
Okay,
We live on the cul-de-sac at the very end. We also have experienced tremendous flooding in
Yes.
our own home. Okay. The county, the original
no.
county zoning, I'm
Yeah.
just trying to, he wanted to say
I
this.
know, but we just have an ordinance. We need to be fair to everybody. Would you agree? And if we start making exceptions, then we have to make exceptions for everybody. I'm sorry, that's just that's our way of trying to be fair to everybody.
I understand that, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alderman Schultz?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I will echo our city administrator's comments. There's been a lot of negotiations on that contract to bring it into what I think generally people are saying is in pretty good shape. To me, as a has-been engineer, I look at the detention pond along with that berm and say the faster you can get that in, you will significantly mitigate any flooding problems. And so any delays that we cause in this process to take it out any further just simply allows that the flooding is going to continue.
Yes, I agree with that.
So I don't think there's any better action we can have right now than to allow the agreement to move forward. And like all agreements, if the two parties can come to different terms about how that berm might be constructed in other areas, I think the city, I certainly as an alderman, would be open to amending the contract if the two parties can find some agreement. But I don't believe this is any longer our job, after having done all this negotiation, to get the protections in place to stop the flooding. And a 100-year detention pond, we rarely require that in developments, 100 years plus another foot. And a runoff rate from that pond, a draining rate that's below what they're experiencing in any flood by far, that drains into an existing creek, I think is an awfully good solution from my perspective.
Did you say crick?
Whichever one you would like, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
First of all, I don't feel uncomfortable with what I've heard tonight, because this was, when it came in from the county, an actual 50-foot buffer. So I don't think that that's asking too much. But I do agree with you, Mr. Mayor. We need to be treating everyone fairly, straight across the board, and be as transparent as we can. I'd like to thank all the aldermen here tonight for voting yes on our consent agenda. And in our consent agenda, there was approval on item number 2 by our board. And I'm just going to read straight off the staff report. Following public site visit and citizen listening session on Friday, May 1st, 2026, I do not know who was at the listening session. The construction scope was expanded to address resident concerns. The amended scope added an extra 100 linear feet to the northeast slope and 80 linear feet to the southwest slope, built to the original engineering specifications. A change order was negotiated with the contractor for $131,800 for the work that the residents requested. The change order has been approved by the city administrator pending final board appropriations. This is for Summit Ridge subdivision and Vista View in Branson Hills. And I'm just saying that the residents were listened to then, and I just support our residents be listening to again on what they're requesting tonight. How it's going to move forward, I don't know. We have a full board here. And I appreciate all the help that everybody has worked really hard. Kathy, the Rudas, Country Bluff Estate. But I think that we do need to not just put a Band-Aid on a gaping head wound. I mean, there's been a lot of damage. There was a negotiation. The Country Bluff Estate, the the Rudas property on the other side is getting quite a bit. I don't see this as a huge thing for them to do, so that we can just put this to rest and at least try to amend a little bit. We saw the properties. I don't think any of us would like our houses to look like that. Thank you.
Okay, well, is that a motion, Glenn?
We have the motion on the floor to approve the contract.
Okay, so you're just wanting to prove it the way it is?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from the board? Questions, comments from the audience?
No, Mr. Mayor, the motion was on the floor before, so we've already had all the public comments, so we're done with that. I think we're done with our discussion, so you can probably call the question.
Let's do a roll call vote.
Harkness?
Yes.
Lucas?
Yes.
Cooper?
Yes.
Denham?
Especially with the legal concerns that were given to us tonight, I am a definite no.
Schultz?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
So the result of the vote is 5-1, motion carries. Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6684, an ordinance approving the cooperative agreement with Taney County for the county to provide funding towards the cost of the city's pursued development project to expand and improve the sewer systems servicing properties along Fall Creek Road west of the Country Bluff subdivision and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
So you've heard the first reading of Bill 6684. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Kendall Powell.
Again, thank you for listening to me tonight, and I don't have much more to add. As previously discussed on the previous item, Exhibit B highlighted all of the sewer improvements that this funding agreement with the county addresses. Again, key components of that is this county would provide up to $1.1 million to aid in the design and construction of those improvements. This is pretty standardized agreement, other than there's a couple different items that were added, and one is that the county would be the ones hiring the engineer for the project, and the city would collaborate with that engineer to develop a product to meet the needs of that site as well as future needs for properties west, and then the county will have additional oversight with that project as well. Happy to enter, staff recommends approval and happy to answer any questions. Sorry.
Thank you, Kendall. Any aldermen have any questions or comments? Anybody in the audience, questions or comments? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kendall.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6685, an ordinance pertaining to extraterritorial legislative and campaign activity.
You've heard the first reading of Bill 6685. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Alderman Schultz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this we talked about at our prior meeting. It was brought in the form of a resolution to proceed. The basic idea here is to require that any activity outside of our territory, outside of our city, so any county, state, other districts and so on, even in the United States. Before that, we could expend city resources to do that, that it would have to be brought up in front of the aldermen in a public meeting to vote in favor of it, at which time the city administrator and the mayor are free then to use city resources to carry out those activities. I appreciate that the staff took the basic scope that we had and layered in the additional language that was necessary to be in compliance with various state aspects of this, and I'm completely happy with the bill as it's presented.
Alderman Schultz, would you share what the purpose, intent of this proposed bill is?
Yeah, the intent is that any legislative activity outside of the city would need to be approved by the Board of Aldermen in an open session.
Still struggling with that a little bit. I believe doesn't the state statute authorize the mayor to conduct these activities?
The ordinance is written such that once the aldermen approve the use of city resources, the mayor and the administrator can do that.
Can or cannot?
Can and shall.
Okay. So then what this is saying is you're wanting to put a limit for aldermen to be able to communicate with Jeff City without alderman approval.
It doesn't do that. It says specifically that for any city staff, resources, and so on to be used to advocate for or against any legislation and similar activity, that must first be approved by the alderman before that takes place. It specifically clarifies that individuals are free to, without using city resources, to advocate for whatever they'd like. Since we all have our First Amendment rights.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, then this really isn't doing anything because we go by state statutes for our mayor, and everyone else has the opportunity, like when our 4 aldermen were asked to make a call or something to take away the rights of someone to vote on a ballot issue. What are we doing differently by adopting this ordinance than what we're already legally allowed to do?
Sorry, I didn't know that was a question to me. So it would prevent the ability of the city to do anything in a closed session or without the alderman review regarding legislative activities outside of the city. And so we had an example of that in recent months. And this would say that before that could happen, that there'd be a public discussion by the Board of Aldermen to approve that activity.
Before what could happen? Before the mayor presenting something to the state?
Before we could advocate for or against any legislative activity outside of the city.
But the mayor could.
Yeah, the mayor could without using city resources, just as an alderman can without using city resources. Individuals can without using city resources. We can't restrict that. But that's not the example that was based on.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Could we hear that example this was based on again, please?
I think we talked about this last time. The basis of this started with 1646, that it wasn't the content of the bill that we got a lot of flack about per se. It was that it was done in a closed session without a public discussion and without public input.
May I, what was done in a executive session?
The advocacy for 1646.
Actually, I believe what was done and I know we're not supposed to talk about closed session, so I need to be careful. But I don't know that the contents of 1646 was addressed as much as it was the board's approval to take the measures to move the sports facility forward.
Yeah, and that would be advocating for legislation.
So you're wanting to stop that?
Nope.
Okay. Well, it's a good thing
The
I'm
bill-
not
the
voting, because I
purpose
have
of the
no
bill-
idea what this says.
The purpose of the bill is instead of coming to, in the example of 1646 specifically, instead of having that meeting in a closed session with aldermen, it would be, under this bill, it would be in a public session with aldermen to get the approval that was sought in the executive session.
Alderman Cooper?
Well, so to advocate to get the bill dropped, that's okay. You don't have to have approval to go to those guys up there and say, we want this, we don't want to push this any forward?
Yeah, you probably don't. I mean, that First Amendment right, but you can go to your representative today and say, hey, here's a bill I'd want you to consider taking up to Jeff City. You can do that.
As an alderman or as a citizen?
An individual.
As an individual?
You can go, and it can even be related
Yeah,
to
I
city
just wanted-
business or anything that interests you. It doesn't matter what the topic.
That's right.
But an individual can go to a state representative and say, please consider this bill, right? And you're off and running, right? You could go to that same representative and say, you know, that thing that Schultz suggested, I don't really like it. I think you should kill it. I think it's stupid, right? As an
Well,
individual.
The role was reversed.
right?
Go ahead.
But before we go to the state representatives or federal or anywhere else and say, as a city, we want you to do this bill, first, the alderman in a public session must approve that activity.
Which would be restricting the mayor compared to what state statute says.
No, you are still free, just as I am free, to go to your state
But I
representative.
would go as state representative as the mayor.
As an individual, you can't say this is the city position.
Individual that happens to be the mayor. Is that what you're saying?
Can I say
Mr. Mayor.
something, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Artie?
If I'm understanding this right,
Yeah.
what it's saying is, any of us here could speak to Brian or Brad or anybody else in Jeff City as a private individual about anything, because we have freedom of speech.
Sure.
Okay. But if we went on behalf of the city, as a city alderman or city mayor or city administrator, to talk to them about that, then we have to have that approved in open session first. It doesn't remove your ability to go as the mayor. It just says you're going to have to be authorized by the city to go.
Mr. Mayor?
But when you kill,
Hold on, Artie, how'd you get your button to stay on?
It's a secret.
Well, I know, but can others talk when yours? I guess we can.
easy, how'd you do
Yeah.
that?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm sorry. Ruth?
So I guess, I'm just trying to get clarification here. What you're trying to do is saying, because 2 letters were sent on city letterhead, so representing yourself as an alderman, not an individual, that took place, so you're trying to cover up that so it doesn't happen again?
Absolutely.
It was signed as an alderman.
Y'all just say we can't represent the city.
Wait a minute,
It's because
Alderman
that's how
Williams?
it was sent.
Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me, Alderman Williams has something to say?
Yeah, if I could, there's also other important provisions from this bill, like the legislative priorities section in section 5, the information only section, the preservation of the statutory functions of the mayor and city administrator. There are plenty of other avenues where if we're taking proactive measures and adopting legislative priorities, which I know the staff is working diligently on, we shouldn't be overly worried about preserving the mayor or an individual alderman's ability to pull something out of a hat. So I would hope to think that we're not going to need to reserve the ability to go do what we want when we feel like we want to, and that we're not going to stick to the plan that we're going to adopt as a governing body.
So the letters that were sent to our representatives that were signed by aldermen, you're saying that that can or cannot happen?
So, in conversations with the city attorney and the staff, I did pose that exact question. I asked, with me, as I've told everybody that I've done this, and I don't regret that I had done it. I sent a letter from my city email, or an email actually from my official email, to our state senator, which, as of right now, I'm not restricted from doing. But moving forward, yes, I would be limiting myself from using that city email. I would be using my personal email to meet the intent of the bill. So there is nothing wrong. So the implication of trying to cover something up is an overstep, and I don't appreciate it from my colleague.
And you're acknowledged that the communication you sent was signed as an alderman?
That is correct, and it's also not against the ordinance. But yes, I did represent my ward, and I did contact my state senator because we were able to do that, and we're proposing moving forward that there's a better way as a governing body that we should be working as a group, so that there's no more surprises.
And that's what this does? That's what this bill does?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think, I realize there's some tension here, but let me just say this way to be as clear as we can about this. When the letter was presented, and by the way, the executive session minutes are now available to be sunshined by the public. When the letter
Wait a
was...
minute, say that again. That was an oh, by the way?
Sorry?
Say it again?
The minutes of the meeting that created 1646 are now sunshineable minutes. So I'm going to speak directly to the issue, and that's in that meeting, the aldermen were read, we didn't even get to put our hands on a copy, we were read a copy of the letter that kicked off the process with a senator, not our own senator, but with a senator asking for the modifications to the state statute for the Branson tourism tax. That letter was read to the aldermen, and at the time, I specifically said, oh, well, if you're going to send that, okay, it's your letter. And all of a sudden, no, we need a vote of the aldermen to approve this. So somebody felt compelled that the aldermen had to approve that letter to Jeff City. It was not a unanimous vote as was reported at the last meeting, but it was approved. Now, I find it ironic in the context of this discussion that suddenly to do exactly that same thing, exactly the same thing, except require that that meeting, instead of being a private meeting that the public can't listen to, it now has to be a public meeting. The exact same process would happen in public, and somehow that's a problem.
Maybe where there's a disconnect is what I recall is the staff was authorized to pursue all avenues to continue to move the sports facility forward, which included the financial capability. That's what I recall. So what you're saying is that discussion, what I just said, needs to be in public and not in executive session to authorize city staff to move forward on the sports facility complex, including financial needs.
I think you've way overstated it because
Well,
it doesn't
I'm trying to
include-
understand it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you've overstated. It doesn't include anything. This ordinance has nothing to do with the sports center. It has to do with legislative activity outside of the city. So we're not strangling the sports center with this at all. We're talking about how the city goes about advocating for bills in Jeff City or at the federal level or at the county level, wherever, anywhere outside of this city, whatever the bill is. And we have a specific agenda item coming up where for the first time in a long time, as long as I've been an alderman, we're going to actually work through a discussion of what legislative priorities we have that we can turn over, once they're approved, to our legislative representatives in the state and potentially county and potentially federal.
Okay, I'm not sure what that has to do with this.
Because it has nothing to do with the sports center. The implication that somehow this kills the sports center is just bizarre. The issue is legislative activity. That's all this is. What you asked for approval in the closed session for the letter to go to Jeff City, all this legislation would do is say, now to do that, if you had to do that all over again, the exact same thing, you would just have to do it in a public meeting instead of a closed meeting.
Again, and I know you're saying I'm overthinking it. But if I was to do it over again, what you're asking, I'm going to state again what I said in executive session. We approved. I don't know if it was 6-0, 5-1, 5-1. We approved 5-1 to authorize staff to move forward on anything we need to do to, they're not approved.
No, we didn't.
Don't interrupt, please. To approve the staff to move forward on anything needed, and I'm paraphrasing obviously, to move the sports facility forward, including financial opportunities, something along those lines.
The minutes of the meeting certainly don't reflect that recollection.
May I speak? I'm not going to read them here, but I did pull the minutes and I pulled the letter of support. So the meeting was in regards to writing a letter of support to the senator. The letter did not mention anything about convention center or the pool. It was all about the sports complex, if we need to clarify that. I'm
I don't know that
happy,
we've
I'm
talked
happy to send
about,
them.
we haven't talked about the convention center or the pool, right?
You mentioned it last week, but the point I'm making is it mentioned nothing other than the sports center. It didn't have a wide variety
Okay,
of
no,
ideas.
I didn't say,
Okay.
what I said was it was for the sports facility.
Mr. Mayor, I
Yes.
call for the question.
I've got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what we're voting on here would not allow the 4 letters that were sent out by Aldermen to kill this bill? That wouldn't, like, if that happened tomorrow, that would not be allowed.
May I? My interpretation of this is, it's what Alderman Williams already said. You wouldn't be allowed to use your city email, any city resources to do that. If you personally sent an email on your personal email to your state representative, your First Amendment rights are protected, and you can say, hey, I don't agree with this. You know, anybody can do that. And you can do it the reverse way. If we said, no, we don't want to pursue this particular kind of legislation, you know, that's our decision from this meeting, or, you know, a future meeting, then the city isn't going to pursue it, but you as an individual could say, you know, actually, I thought that was a good idea. So on my private email or with a private conversation with our representatives, you could further that thought. But you're clearly not representing the city at that point. You're just an individual
And
making your point known.
May I say, you guys, I am well aware that this means no letter to my senator from my email as a city and not on city letterhead. I'm aware of that and I'm okay with that. I agree with this.
Yeah, that, I was just saying, what happened couldn't happen once this passes. Okay.
Any other questions, comments from the board? Questions, comments from the audience? Hearing none, let's vote. Let's do a roll call vote, please.
Harkness,
Yes.
Lucas, Cooper,
Yeah.
Denham,
No.
Schultz,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
The result of the vote is 5-1, motion carries.
Okay,
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6686, an ordinance amending Section 2-28 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to finance and human resources reporting.
So moved.
I think we need to read it first. You have heard the first reading of Bill 6686. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
Yes, sir. You have a motion.
Do we have a second? You have a motion and a second, and we'll get a staff report from Alderman Schultz.
Yeah, this one I think we introduced fully last time. All this does is formalize the code amendment to do exactly what we talked about last time, and which is to eliminate the Finance and Human Resource Committee because they've served their purpose over the years but no longer serve our current form of government where we're well-staffed with professional resources to look after most of that, and in its place requires mandatory reporting by the directors of those departments on a specified schedule. So I am in favor of the passage of this bill.
Okay, any members of the board wishing to address this? Any members of the audience? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6687, an ordinance approving the intergovernmental agreement with Taney County Ambulance District for the Memorandum of Understanding for the use of utility vehicle.
You've heard the first reading of Bill 6687. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
Second.
Motion is second. Staff report from Charlie Houston. Charlie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. I'll try to make this quick. So Taney County Ambulance District is a partner that we work with on a daily basis, providing emergency medical care to the community. They also assist us in things like our special events and also trail rescues and those types of things. Often they bring their Kubota side by side, which is specially equipped for emergency medical response, including a cot for medical transport of patients. But oftentimes they don't have the personnel that they can staff it with. So this MOU would allow us to staff and operate their Kubota in the event that they can't staff it. They would drop it off to us and we would go through in-service training that our personnel could use this equipment in their absence. Recommend approval and be happy to answer any questions.
So, Charlie, our staff would be trained on all aspects of this.
That's correct.
And we would take over insurance, liability, all responsibilities for this vehicle.
Well, they will continue to maintain it and own it. We will just use it when they'll drop it off for us if they can't staff it. We already provide emergency medical care. This would just be using this piece of equipment to
Okay.
help us do that.
We'll be insured
Yes.
in case something happens. Any any aldermen have any questions or comments on this?
Mr. Mayor, just to say thanks. I think this is a great idea. I've seen this, I've seen you've worked with these guys before at parades and things, so I'm glad you're bringing this up. So thanks, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments from the audience? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. So we're at the report section of the meeting. Alderman Harkness.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am a little worn out from tonight, so this will be a little bit shorter than normal. However, if the Garden Club ladies are happening to still listen, thank you so much for the bouquet, and I'm in full support of this week being for the garden club. My mom is a garden club member as well, and flowers are a big thing for my family. So I think that's beautiful. I'm going to put these in my new office. I was able to meet with some stakeholders today, or not today, but this week, in regards to the trail connectivity, and that particular stakeholder was very open and receptive to helping us figure out how to connect the trails, and so I'm very excited about moving forward and continuing that conversation with Cindy and her team. I got to do an open for business with P&D, and that went really well. It was great getting my bearings on how P&D works and kind of all the team players that come in with open for business. Went to a lodging association, a BALA legislative priorities meeting. I always love attending those. They've got a lot of wisdom over there, but they're also a little bit feisty, and it's good to learn and understand as we work towards legislative priorities what's important to them. And I'm looking forward to learning from the chamber as well, their legislative priorities. We did our last onboarding with the city clerk's department and the P&D department. That was pretty awesome. And we also got to, I say we, Alex can speak for himself, but we kind of did a lot of onboarding together because we were the two new, I'm going to say it, aldermen. And we also got to do a tour of the convention center, and so that was awesome. They do amazing stuff over there, and it was cool because I got to see some of the folks that I've known back from my Jobs for Life, my Elevate work days, working down in the kitchen, and it was really cool to be able to see that full circle. We got to brief with city staff on various topics, and that wraps up my last 2 weeks. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Lucas?
I had the opportunity to attend my first airport meeting today. It was thrilling. And I very much enjoyed it. And I did learn something from Mike, the manager there at the downtown airport, that the city authorizes $10,000 every year for the airport. And I am going to be doing everything that I can to try to get that amount raised. I think that they do a great job there, and I'd encourage all of you to go out and spend some time visiting with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Cooper?
Yeah, I just want to be clear on the bill that I proposed for public comment with Stone and Taney County and business owners. I do think that's, I appreciate the support from the board, but I do want to be clear that it was not in my proposed bill to move public comment to the end of the night. I just wanted that to be clear, because I still think it's a bad idea. I think it gives the perception that we don't really want to hear from you, that maybe 3 hours into it, you'll give up and go away. And from a dais that uses the word transparency a lot, I would like to hear an explanation when this comes back in a couple of weeks why it was a 4-2 vote to move it to the end of the night. Also, as far as the bill that was killed, I'm going to say it again. I was in that meeting, and never once did I feel like, oh, I'm getting away with something, or, oh, we're pulling one over on them here. It never was intended that way. It never felt that way, because in the end, it was still going to be the vote of the people to say yes or no. Yeah. And on the Country Bluff thing, I'm glad to see that's going forward. I heard all the residents, and I feel for them in the flooding. I did drive out there a couple of years ago during a heavy rainstorm, and it blew my mind. The water, I mean, I wouldn't even drive through it because I was afraid it'd wash my truck away. But I do, and as far as the developers, I do feel, I drove that property with a lot of the aldermen, and they have given a lot. I mean, yes, they struck the land and they cleared it, and I'm sure everybody feels bad about that, but it is what it is at this point, and I do feel like they've gone above and given more that's even required, so I'm glad to see that that's gone forward. So that's all.
Thank you. Alderman Denham?
I just want to say thank you, Clay, for bringing that item forward, and I fully support it, except for the public comment portion being moved. So, also last night, we had a special meeting for the Planning and Zoning Commission, and there was a request for the final plan development for the property at Branson Meadows TIF, and it was a unanimous vote, so that passed. So that'll be coming to the board. And then lastly, this Saturday is a Liberty Rally to be held at Big Cedar, and I know our Representative Seitz will be there representing us. Thank you very much for all you do. Our keynote speaker will be Senator Burleson. There still are tickets if anybody is interested in purchasing a dinner seat to hear the speakers. And that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you. Alderman Schultz? I'm sorry. Yes, Alderman Schultz, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I was at a business meeting last week, and a man that I know quite well in our community came up to me and unsolicited, Administrator Stepp, unsolicited, said to me, hey, you know, I did a project in the city about a year ago, and now I just submitted for another one. I can't believe the difference in the process. And he was highly complimentary of the staff in that he got his building permits in a few weeks' time after doing one or two minor adjustments that were requested, and he was off and running. So please pass the compliments along to the Planning and Development Department. Not planning and zoning, as some people seem to think it is, but it's planning and development. So I mentioned data centers. One speaker, couldn't remember who it was me who talked about data centers at the last meeting, and I'll talk about them again here just a little bit to sort of give the intent, because I got a few letters from people saying, are you nuts? You're talking about data centers. Nobody talks about those. In nicer terms, for the most part, they said it. But so what's happening is representative from Taney County Partnership is going, or maybe it was already took place today, is going to a meeting about data centers in Springfield. Next week, I'm going to a meeting in Jeff City, and then I'll be going to a meeting in Rolla, two separate meetings about data centers. And the purpose behind all this is, you may recall when we had the question of a crypto mining facility in Commerce Park. We scrambled like crazy, and I mean like crazy, to change ordinances so that the residents were protected should that go forward. And I think everybody nods their head to the amount of work that went into that thing. And we really addressed it in that case primarily through a noise ordinance. And that ordinance is still there and still protects us. And I think it's still a model ordinance. In fact, it's been used in seminars for other municipalities to take a look at as a way to address complex noise situations like data centers. But technology is moving on. Those crypto mining guys were probably using the cheapest way to cool a facility that they possibly could. And so there are other issues that we should look at as a city long before somebody applies to us to put a data center in. We should have our ordinances lined up to say, here's what you've got to comply with. And some areas that I'm aware of as an engineer is, the tendency these days is to use water for cooling them. And that water consumption can be fairly high. They also can use evaporative cooling, where you'd see what looks like steam coming off of the building to cool it, is another technique that they can use. Or they can use air conditioners to cool it. The point of all this is just, we've got a group of individuals through Taney County Partnership, and I'm hoping through our aldermen, that we'd be willing to, after collecting all this data about what's the latest thing going on with data centers, to take a serious look at the various aspects of our ordinances and get them up to snuff before the next request lands to us. Now, make no mistake, we do not have the topography that a Google or a Yahoo or any of those guys are going to come into Branson and find enough property to do the horror stories that you hear about. It's just not going to happen in Branson. But Taney County Partnership is looking at it as well. So if we can get some more unified ordinances for the area, I think that'll serve the community very well. Obviously, we're just at the very beginning stages of this. We got a lot of work to do, but that's what we're really up to. We're not trying to invite data centers in. We're trying to say, if they want to apply, here's the rules they've got to comply with. And that's what that activity is about. So there'll be more about that in the upcoming time. And I also am sensitive to the issue that was brought up earlier about NDAs in these environments. And I think we can easily strike an ordinance that says that you're not allowed to sign an NDA if a developer's coming in to talk about these kind of things. It doesn't seem like that would be our character anyhow as a city. We probably wouldn't do that, but we can formalize that as part of this process. That's my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Alderman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my report, I'm currently speaking to you virtually from the leadership trip out here in Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg, and Sevierville. So looking forward to coming back and providing a report to all of you in a much more expanded form. But the first day went well. We were in Sevierville, met with their mayor. We have all the key stakeholders here from the chamber, TCP, city, business owners, everybody's here. And so the good news is we're going to come back with actionable information that we can take, into some timely discussions that I'm looking forward to having with residents, with stakeholders, and translating that into effective policy and good governance. So thank you for allowing me to represent our community out here in this capacity. It's going to be a good time. The Gateway Monument discussion that former Alderman Howden talked about is something that's near and dear to me. It's been in our community plans for quite some time. So to get to entertain discussions about that, what it looks like, what the budgetary restrictions or provisions could be in the budgeting process will be good to see and get feels from the community on. I too had my first meeting with my committee assignment on the 76 ECID. Great meeting. We're starting to make progress on something the community's been talking about for quite some time. And it's about time. That's the only thing that I have to say about that. And then for the Comprehensive Plan Committee, we're going to be meeting for the first time in quite some time on June 22nd. And that's, for those that don't know, that's the rewrite of Community Plan 2030. And all of those things together, the leadership trip, the Gateway Monument, 76 CID, and the Comprehensive Plan Committee all talk about, the present Branson and the future Branson. And so that's this board's responsibility, is to be a good steward of taxpayer dollars and be proactive, not catch ourselves in these reactive postures where we're just not as productive as we can be with the taxpayers' trust and time and money. So I'm grateful to be part of those processes. Lastly, I will have my next Rally Point event for Ward 1 where I'll entertain stakeholder resident feedback as part of my individual effort to collect information for the budgetary process and the legislative priorities. We're in that phase right now. The staff has put together a timeline for production of legislative priorities. The next event will be the study session on July 14th. And then if everything goes as to plan and we get all the information captured and put together and packaged, adopting those on July 28th so that we can go to Representative Seitz and Senator Hudson, through a formal process and in a deliberative way with a united front and kind of back clean up on some of these other things that we've been having great discussions about. So looking forward to formalizing the process, grateful to be here. And I'll just end with, I'm going to ask, myself, my fellow colleagues to try to continue to treat each other with dignity and respect. That can be difficult, but our community deserves us being the best we can be. And sometimes we're going to disagree. And just because we disagree doesn't mean we have to, revert to tactics and saying things in meetings that we don't need to say. And that is my report.
Thank you. Administrator Stepp? Nope. Would you turn that over for me? Thank you. I want to start off my report by giving a special accommodation award, and I want to read it. It's a special accommodation award presented to Solon McGee in recognition of his excellent service, professionalism, and dedication to the city of Branson as city attorney. Through his work, Solon has provided steady legal guidance, thoughtful counsel, and dependable support to the mayor, Board of Aldermen, city leadership, and staff. His knowledge, sound judgment, and careful attention to the complex responsibilities of municipal government have been invaluable to the city. Solon has approached his service with integrity, professionalism, and a clear commitment to protecting the best interest of Branson. His work has helped guide important decisions, support effective government, and ensure the city continues to serve its citizens with accountability and care. His contributions reflect a deep dedication to public service and to the Branson community. On behalf of the city of Branson, we commend him for his outstanding work, dedicated service, and many meaningful contributions to the city. Solon, would you like to come up, Solon? Yep, come on up. To here. Thank you very much. Oh, let's get a photo. Thank you. I have a few comments for Alderman Harkness. Would you be surprised if I had a photo of you and David Cushman dining together? I have serious concerns about an alderman meeting with someone who has a $30 million judgment against the city, given you have inside knowledge of the city's legal strategy. Do you have any comments you'd like to make? Would you push your...
No, Mr. Mayor, but I'm happy to have any
Point of order.
conversation you would like
Point of order.
privately.
Thank you.
Point of order. Reports are reports, not interrogation.
Thank you, Glenn. Alderman Harkness, do you have anything else you'd like to share with the community?
Mr. Mayor,
I heard you.
you're out of line.
I heard you. Thank you. So with this, we have motion to adjourn into the executive, right? Oh,
Do we
I
need
have
to
a
close
motion?
this first?
I move to adjourn.
To the Board of Aldermen's meeting?
No, I move to adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Please vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Mayor, I move to go into closed executive session pursuant to 610.021.1 RSMO for legal actions, causes of action, or litigation involving a public governmental body, and 610.021.3 RSMO for personnel.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Harkness? Lucas? Cooper?
Yes.
Denham?
Yes.
Schultz?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries.
Hold it and put it in my pocket.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to
Put it in
read
here.
the final script there?
The board will now move into closed executive session and will return to the council chambers once executive session is over to adjourn the Board of Aldermen special meeting.